Up, I have my drinks ready, and I'm pretty good to go. I need to get Epic Pen up and running, and then we'll be good to go with another Worlds VOD review. So, hello, welcome everyone. My name, God, my hair's all over the place. My name's Nymera, if you don't know me. And if you do know me, welcome back. So, we will be going through Gen.G versus FlyQuest because I think this series was very unexpected for a lot of people. And I think that we can learn a lot of stuff from it. The Ari guy on Twitter, yeah, that's me, the Neon. Good to see you. I am that Ari guy. I'm even wearing my Ari shirt today. Hang on, I can show you. I can show you in in the full size. I have the Ari shirt. It's cool. That's me. That's me. Okay, so this series was, I guess, to a lot of people's expectations, a lot better than people thought it would be. So I thought it would be very cool to go through this and try and break down how FlyQuest had actually a very good series versus Gen.G, who were one of the tournament favorites before we started Worlds, even though they lost the finals, and then going into quarterfinals, of course, they came through an undefeated group stage, so that was a really big point in their favor. I can do a spirit rush in between games. Yeah, that's me. Okay, all right, folks. I'm not gonna wait too long on this one. I am streaming on both Twitch and YouTube, so if you're on YouTube or watching this from any point in the future, or Twitch, that'll explain why I'm talking to thin air sometimes. And yeah, so I'm gonna keep putting these games in a playlist as well. So if you want to go back and watch any of the other ones, you can watch them there. I have already reviewed Top Esports versus T1 and HLE versus BLG. I will do LNG Weibo at some point. I maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after. But for now, I figured I would get on with this, folks. So, if you're ready, then so am I. There will be Twitch ads at some point as well. I need to be aware of that. Okay, right. Let me get into this then. So, we start this game with Gen.G on the blue side. They are the higher seed. It makes a lot of sense for that to happen. Pretty much everyone is favoring blue side if they have side choice. So Gen.G saw what happened with FlyQuest in Swiss stage, and they immediately banned the Ivan. This is one of the picks which FlyQuest have done a lot of work on. Hang on, did I change my Epic Pen over? I don't think I did. 1 sec. Oh no, I did. Cool, that's fine. Cool. I thought I hadn't for a second. So Ivan is one of FlyQuest's kind of hyper scaling picks, which can allow FlyQuest into very good late game compositions, which really upset things. Wait, before I start, why is it since the knockouts in Swiss, everyone is failing with Ari except Faker? We will talk about that because it happens in this game too. So don't worry, that'll come up in this series. We can definitely talk about that as that happens. Because yeah, there are some very important things about Ari which are going wrong in a lot of these games, and T1 did that better than the other teams we've seen it so far. Cracking open a cold one with the boys. Okay, so as we get through this draft, FlyQuest are banning the standard OPs. Skarner is the only one left. So the question is, do they give over Skarner or do they ban something else? Gen.G banning away one of Whippo's better champions with, he's been playing a lot of the Renekton Sterax build, which is really obnoxious in the front line if you have an Enchanter, and then the Orianna has been lane dominant, allows you to punish stuff like Silas Ari a little bit more heavily because they don't like playing laning phase into Orianna as much. Instead, FlyQuest banned the Ezreal. It's quite obviously it's going to be a Skarner first pick. Skarner is very, very strong, as we've talked about on multiple streams here. It has been... Skarner is the tankiest jungler on the patch, maybe the tankiest champion on the patch. Has really good terrain scaling. He can just run through walls in a way that a lot of other champions can't. And has, he's happy farming or hyper-ganking, stuff like that. So we see the Ashe on the other side. That's been really high prior from what? Weibo have really prioritized it. BLG have really prioritized it. Haven't seen as much prior from it from Korean teams. I can't remember. Hovering the Nunu because that's something that they've done a lot before. And they lock in the Seraphine immediately. Now, I think this is playing into a bit of a mind game. This is quite important because FlyQuest, by the way, FlyQuest's coach NukeDuck turned up on a podcast which I did, which is called EuroLeague. You can watch it on Rich's Wrath on YouTube. And Yeah, one of the things that Nuke Duck was saying is that FlyQuest were not really scrimming Asian teams from LCK and LPL because they didn't really want to reveal any of the secret stuff which they've been doing. So yeah, they've been cooking up a lot of stuff. So we're expecting weird stuff to come through. And one of the things which I'm talking about in terms of the mind game being played here, because I do think this is quite important, is the Seraphine is locked in with the Ashe. Ashe Seraphine is an LCK bot lane. We've seen KT Rolster play it. We've seen... trying to remember who else played it, but I definitely remember KT Rolster playing it. Hey, Soul Puppy, good to see you. So I think that Gen.G see this and they think, okay, that's an Ashe Seraphine bot lane. I think that's what they see, because I don't think we've seen a Seraphine mid elsewhere. You know what, folks? I'm actually just going to go, again, sometimes I do this, because I think it's quite good to show this in like a statistical way. Let me just move my camera out of the way as well. Actually, no, I don't think I have to. Let's go look at Seraphine's... no, that's Seraph. That's a very different player. Seraphine. Where has Seraphine been played in top leagues this year in Season 14? There has been one mid lane game, and that has been in this game here. This is the only Seraphine mid lane game, or rather, like, there has been no other... that's a bit of a spoiler. Obviously, I'm kind of telling you what happens in the draft. No one has been playing Seraphine mid. Not for a very long time. The last time it was mid, it was, what, 2021, 22? That kind of era. It's not really been around since then. So I think Gen.G think, okay, this is a bot lane which they're locking in. And then you see, you know, very early game top side being hovered over from Gen.G. Regardless of the Aria, the Silas, it would be very early game top lane where you have, you know, the Ahri and the Rumble playing into each other. And then you see the Galio being locked into the Rumble, which is already a good matchup. So Rumble loses push against Galio. Galio actually controls the first few levels, which is nasty. Seraphine is picked because of how strong Ashe is. Yeah, it is a very strong pick. You're absolutely right. And thanks to the follow as well. So there's definitely synergy there. But Gen.G are assuming that this is going to be an Ashe Seraphine bot lane. And there is still a chance that this is flexed around. Why did they let Delight go and pick Lehens? I actually can't remember the context of the time. I can't remember that. So then what FlyQuest are doing now is they're saying, okay, oh, by the way, with the Galio locked in as well. One, really good lane versus the Rumble we said. There's a flex potential of the Seraphine between mid and support. You have a really good ability to kind of shrug off stuff like Rumble ult with the Seraphine AoE shield and then the Galio ult as well. And also if Skarner runs at you, you just kind of throw Seraphine E or ult at him and he can struggle to make an impact. Same thing with Ashe ult as well. So you already have like a really good group up death ball composition where you struggle to get through the heals and shields. Rumble is, you know, quite high damage, but can't really do that much against like the AoE shielding. Same thing with Ahri. Ahri can struggle to burst through a target with an enchanter by them, which can be a problem. So what FlyQuest are doing now is just making sure there's no AoE clump up engage. Rel is also an anti-shield champion as well with her Q, so that's actually a decent takeaway from Gen.G as they look for ways to get through the shields. Gen.G ban out the Cassiopeia because that is another kind of stand your ground high DPS carry. Works very well with an enchanter who can kind of shield them and give them some extra movement speed as well. I don't think Seraphine would have been picked with any other AD pick. I think that this is a bait. Look, you can still pick Seraphine with stuff like anyone who has decent range. You can still pick it with anyone with decent range. So then they ban out the Amumu as well, because that's one of the things which Inspired's been playing, which is, again, very good group up and kind of death ball composition. And they lock in the Xin Zhao. This is a really important pick here, folks. Xin Zhao is a very important pick here. Because if you're playing around death ball group up compositions, you need to survive through to the point where you have 1-2 items you can actually group up. And you can't group up if you lose your early game too hard. Xin Zhao gives you that early game presence, which means that you can kind of get through to that 1-2 item. They kind of hold up the early game end of the bargain. Also, later into the game, if there is a snap engage coming through from, you know, big, heavy topside and stuff, Xin Zhao presses ult and just delays the team fight a little bit. Xin Zhao's also very good with Seraphine because you tend to be in the front and center of the fight, and then you can extend the encore through them. And again, like, it just allows you to survive through the first few seconds of the fight. Yeah, Ashe is very strong. There are multiple picks which scale very well with the Seraphine. So Jinx is very good with the Seraphine as well. I think that there are multiple picks which work with that. So as we see this now, the Jinx is actually locked in for Gen.G, as I think Gen.G have realized after these picks here, they go, oh bugger, there is an awful there's an awful lot of scaling on this side, and the Shinzo actually helps you with the scaling too, because your ult in the late game helps you kind of close down the start of a fight. Shinzo just pops out and says, nope, the fight is not ending here. I think the Jinx here is basically saying, well, we need to get scaling from somewhere. We need to get scaling. You know, they do have a load of AoE shields and stuff like this. Galio is mainly a magic damage tank. We need to get some decent physical damage in there. And Jinx has the range to at least potentially outrange the front line and play around, you know, a charm into getting a Jinx reset and then kind of running through the team fight that way. But I do think that Gen.G have already said, you know, they've already got themselves into a point where they will struggle to match scaling with FlyQuest. So they lock in the Jinx as like, oh, well, maybe this will give us some kind of late game options. But I think with so the Leona gets locked in as well to give them some engage to get through the bulky front line. You need some way to stop these two having value behind their front line, and the Leona is not awful for that. Is there anything else that Gen.G could have picked on here? Is there anything else they could have picked on here? Was there a Lulu lane they could have gone for? I don't know about that. You could go Callista, but Callista is... No, actually, no, you can't, because Callista is awful into this duo. Awful into this duo. If you think this is the bot lane, that's an awful duo to work around. So what else could Gen.G pick at this point? What else could they pick here? This is... They need something which... You can either go pile on the early game, try and stop this huge death ball from ever forming into around, you know, the 4-5 man unit. It's hard. I think the Jinx isn't awful. Jinx is in an okay spot right now. You can't go Xayah, because Xayah is huge outranged. Xayah is one of the better scaling carries right now, but you can't go into such a hyper outrange like this. You can't go something like Poke Kai'Sa, because of the amount of shields that come through. The heals and shields mean that your poke means much less. I don't think Civ or anything like that helps you. I think Aphelios kind of struggles with this too. Jinx is still probably your best option. Could you have gone Jinx Lulu? If you go for that, you only have one engage source. That kind of sucks. Yeah, I think that the Jinx Leona is not bad. It gives you some frontline to play around. And now Gen.G really, really need to play through frontline. And then this is where things get this is where things get really spooky for Gen.G. Because now now the Seraphine gets flexed into mid lane instead. The Seraphine gets flexed into mid lane. The Ahri is okay versus the Seraphine, but Seraphine has a pretty decent matchup into Ahri. You can push the wave for free from a very long range away. So what Ahri needs to do is have a very good level 1, 2, 3. Before Seraphine just starts insta-clearing waves and giving a lot of issues there. And when it comes to later into the game, this is a very 2022 combo where you have Xin Zhao, Alistar both popping ult at the same time, and I think this is a great response into the burst combo coming in from Gen.G. If you now go in with Leona popping ult, Skarner charging him into a wall or something like that, a charm from Ahri, and looking to reset the Jinx, getting a passive on there, how do you do that now through two ultimates which make you almost invulnerable? It's very, very difficult to get through both Alistar and Xin Zhao ultimate. So I like this last minute lock-in, because what it also means as well is that you have one, Seraphine can go towards more of a damaging build. You don't have to put it into support. You can build yourself Liandry, Seraphs, or whatever from mid lane. And it means that you have another tank which benefits more from your multiple shields from both Seraphine and from Galio as well. So I like what's been locked in here with that last minute swap around from quad. And I do think that Gen.G now need to smash early game. There are no two ways about it. You must smash early game now. I don't think there's any other way that you feel comfortable with this. If you mess up early game fights, this game gets very, very messy afterwards. So that's immediately my takeaway from the draft, which is Gen.G need to play a very strong early game. I also think as well, one of the things which FlyQuest could do, actually, Jinx Leona? No, they don't have to lane swap. They don't have to lane swap. But you can maybe lane swap to get away from Alistar level 1, but I think that's okay. The bonus of having something like a lane swap is that maybe you can 2-man mid, and that means that Ahri doesn't get to use her early levels versus the Seraphine in the same way. So that's one of the bonuses you get from FlyQuest here. So that will potentially stop some of the early plays coming in from Gen.G. So we'll get into it, folks. We'll get into it. Gen.G is my favorite team, but I'm annoyed with how badly Canyon and Lehens play at times. Yeah, that can definitely be an issue. Can be an issue. Let me just check out chat here as well. Hey, everyone, good to see you. Lehens is a macro shot caller that Gen.G was lacking after losing Peanut, right? Good to have that. So I was just checking through your YouTube chat there to see if I was missing anything. But looks like you're all set. Okay, so let's get into this. Let's get down to business, as they say. So Bwipo sees the kind of fish around for that play on the top side. They do clear out a ward, but they don't spot the whole chunk of the team. So the early wards don't really achieve what they want to. Now, do Gen.G spot this coming? I think Keen does. I think they do. So Keen knows that maybe there's a swap coming around. Hey, Tech, good to see you. Yeah, and they do see Canyon starting on Wolves. So Canyon will get himself a camp on his weak side. This is important because we saw in the BLG HLE series that when you start with a camp on your weak side and you manage to get something away from that, it means that the jungle can kind of fall behind for a amount. And as one of the things that we did see is in fact the early two-man mid lane from FlyQuest, which means that Quad doesn't have to worry about level 1 versus level 1, 2, 3 against Ahri, which can be very problematic. Keen is getting zoned F of XP. So that is very nice there for the top lane matchup as well. So Rumble doesn't get any early kind of advantages against Galio, or rather, like, even if most of the time Galio gets the early advantage versus Rumble anyway, but it just means that there's no way to play around that really. You've got Quad up to level 2. Keen misses XP on Cannon. Keen does get some XP now, but at least FlyQuest have kind of escaped the early few levels, and Canyon's not managed to get that much done. Let me just check again what happens with the early jungle path thing after this. So, Inspired starts on his own weak side as well, so we get Wolves start from both sides. Well, no, not Wolves starts from both. I'm trolling. Because Shinzo walks in for the first camps of the game as well. So he goes to his weak side after clearing Raptors. So he does take away something from his weak side as well. Bwipo teleports down towards bot side, so you have Alistair, Galio under turret. Which is fine. You're now level 3 in mid lane, but, you know, Quad hasn't carried over a HP deficit into level 3, which can sometimes be one of the issues of this lane. One sec. Nothing's really been achieved from early lane by Chovy. We have Grubs coming up in 2 minutes, Dragon coming up in a minute. Gen.G have some very important decisions to make. They have some very important decisions to make, because as we were saying, they need to kind of smash early game. They need to find a way to either punish FlyQuest before they get to group up with 1-2 items, or they need to find a way to, you know, get 6 grubs and split the map. If they get 6 grubs and they get Ahri pushing in a side lane, I think that Gen.G are still happy that way. We do see a dive coming in potentially onto this tower. This will be in the setup for the dragon. You're not that powerful though. I mean, you know, Jinx is okay in tower dives, but you know, you are still going against a Galio, which is not the best. Keen teleports back up towards top side. So dragon's being looked away. It's not really been looked for by Gen.G, which makes sense. You don't really want to be... Look, this is kind of another concept. If you are the early game team, you need to get something in early game. You don't want to waste time. And one of the ways you can end up wasting time is by having a Skarner trying to solo out Dragon or something like that, and it takes like 30 seconds to a minute or whatever to clear that. Not like a full minute, but it'll take a long time to clear it, especially on your own. And that's time where, you know, your laners will sometimes have to... your laners will have to come and help you with that dragon, so they will have to drop off the map a little bit as well. So instead we see the swap up towards Grubs. Gen.G need to do this. They do need to do this. Inspire doesn't have 6, so you don't get to pop your Shinzo ultimate disengage a fight right now. We do have Noel and Bwipo as well. Chovy's not at the play. So we get one raptor taken away from here. You don't have level 6 on anyone big. I guess you're still afraid of early levels of Shinzo. You don't have teleport on Ahri, who would really like to be at the first fight of the game. By the way, I think this is a huge mistake in Chovy's build already, by the way. going for these kind of items, trying to force your way towards, you know, early boots, early lost chapter, blah blah blah. One of these should be a dark seal. You should be able to drop one of them for a dark seal, because with Ari you need to be part of the huge part of the snowball here. You need to be part of the snowball, and the dark seal would really help you with that snowball. So and look, Chovy has never been a dark seal builder. He just doesn't build that item, and you know, it's one of the reasons. Look, he's a great player mechanically. His laning phase, his understanding of wave states and stuff like that. I do think that he does not know how to snowball as effectively as some of the top mid lanes. You know, if you look at the way that Faker plays around aggressive vision, if you look at the way that Knight accelerates the game and builds Dark Seal and gets Medjai's every game, they make games unwinnable after one fight. So yeah, as we go through into our next fight, again, the biggest question I've got in this early game in the first 10-15 minutes, 50 minutes might be too late actually, is can you, as Gen.G, punish FlyQuest before they get to group up? And already you've kind of lost something here, right? Because you haven't got 6 grubs, you've given up 2 of the first spawn. If you get all 3 of the next one and get the might buff, you might be able to present enough of a split pushing threat to draw FlyQuest away from the 5-man unit. You can't allow FlyQuest to get early dragons as well, because if FlyQuest get to sit and threaten a soul win con, that's a problem too. So Gen.G already are not achieving that much in this early game, and that's worrying me. We're also seeing that Inspired up to a decent early CS lead as well. He's managed to get ahead of Canyon, so Canyon's not exactly happy on an individual level. FlyQuest get themselves the first dragon of the game. It's desynced from the grubs timings, not like one was traded for the other. Failed steal from Pays. And Gen.G have just been very lackadaisical in this early game. I feel like they probably... And so... Ugh, stuttering about that. So, this is one of the reasons why Xin Zhao is an important pick. Xin Zhao is important, and of course, now you've got level 6 on Galio, it makes it even worse as well. If you went for an aggressive play on your top side of the map, maybe with Leona roaming in as well, and a Jinx ult, you are likely now at this point getting a Galio ult on top of your head, and Xin Zhao just kind of providing a really good early font of power as well. Xin Zhao in the early games for stuff like this is really, really important. It's one of the reasons I really liked the Xin Zhao pick when it was locked in for FlyQuest, is that it gives you some early game presence in a way that a Sejuani can't really do the same. You know, Sejuani leverages off of other people's damage a little bit more. Xin Zhao is actually just an early game powerhouse in the amount of damage that he can put out. Oh yeah, Mr. Namera, I wanted to ask if you think this was just a bad series for Gen.G, or was FlyQuest playing really well? Well, this is what we're here to find out, Solar Puppy. That's what we're here to find out. We will do our best to discover that. So, see that Bwepo's doing well at just removing some HP bars where he can here as well. He's got teleport, Chovy's got teleports, it's not going to be the biggest thing. Huge moment is coming up. We have grubs spawning. Gen.G do not want to give over extra grubs over to FlyQuest as well. You know, we talked about Gen.G wanting a load of grubs so they can potentially split the map and play around side lanes. I think there's another problem here, though, for Gen.G. If they now give over something like, you know, 5 grubs over to FlyQuest, you have a long-range AD carry that's very good at sieging with an enchanter by them as well. These two are hellish to get rid of if they start pushing in your towers. And if you try and dive on them when they go towards those big towers as well, again, you have like the supporting crew to really help disengage those plays. So Gen.G do not want to give grubs. They want them for themselves so they can play around split map state. They do get level 6 on Leona for this play. So that is what's coloring this early game. That's what's coloring this early game. And all the same, we get Gen.G late towards grubs. They haven't got themselves wave push. They don't drop any waves to get here early. We get Ari teleporting in, getting what? Let's see what do we get items? So we get Chovy getting Malignance for this fight. So he's farmed up to his first item for this. This is very powerful for Chovy. This is very powerful for Chovy. So we get, you know, this is a red side Herald push. We talk about this in every VOD review because I think it's a very important thing to talk about. When you're fighting around these early objectives, I even talked about this on LPL as well. If you're fighting around early objectives, pay attention to your terrain. You know, there's a Leona Rumble. This equalizer is great, by the way. I think this is a really good equalizer. It goes right the way down here. You know, and that will cut off most of your escape route. The problem here, though, the real problem here is that you've forgotten the composition you're playing against. You're playing against, you know, a Xin Zhao that can pop ultimate. I've changed my color and I don't like that one. I like the yellow one better. It's easier to see. You have Xin Zhao can pop ultimate. Doesn't really care about your initial engage. You have the Alistar as well. So your follow-up now is getting quite difficult. What speed are we on? So we get this immediately through 3-man equalizer. That's really good. You also get the Skarner going through as well. That's really nice. Really good AoE damage. You do have Galio coming in as well. So you have a bunch of ults that you need to be afraid of. And Chovy's just come in from his flank as well. He ults forward, and this is where things get really problematic. Like, really problematic. Because the problem here for Chovy is... this guy doesn't care if you burst him because he'll just pop ult. This guy doesn't care if you burst him because he'll just pop ult. They're all getting shielded by Seraphine, who still has W2. And then you also have Cleanse on Ashe. So if from this item break point against all of this, even if you land your charm, which you're aiming onto Masu here, it gets cleansed, and you are now within, like, just within flash combo range from Busio as you're going through this. So that is already bad in terms of you're going in 1v4 and you're not really going to get that much value onto any of these people. Keen has already used his ultimate. He's out of range to, like, flash Flame Spitter or something like that. He's well out of range. Pays has ultimate, but then again, it's going to go into a Xin Zhao that's ulting if, or into Alistair. The front line is in an awesome position for FlyQuest here, which means that you have no follow-up damage. You have nothing. You have nothing. The only thing you potentially have is a Flash Solar Flare. Flash Solar Flare. But again, it's really hard to get through these two positioning in the way that they are. And you've even got Galio coming in at this point too. This is really difficult team fight. I think that Chovy has chosen the wrong time here. So he flies in, misses anyway, and then you have Bwipo immediately tanking up here. You have Busio can pop ult as well. Fantastic CC CC combo from the front line, and just immediately Ahri's dead. Ahri's dead. So remember what the goal was here from Gen.G. They need to take the first big fight of the game. They need to stop Grubs going over. For now, they've stopped a bit of that. We'll see what happens with them after this point. But immediately, first big play of the game, Chovy chooses the wrong angle. Now, I've really praised him and his team fighting on Ahri before, but this was out of range from follow-up from the rest of his team, not really respecting the positioning that Busio and Inspired had as frontline themselves. And then after that point, you still have an encore, awesome encore after this point. The Ashe has taken no damage. He ends up cleansing through, I believe, the Solar Flare at this point. You see that Canyon sticks behind to, like, get a grub. But, you know, go through this again. We'll go through it at, we'll go through it at true speed, I guess. But where is the follow-up when Chovy goes in here? Yeah, the equalizer is awesome here. That's a good equalizer. But this here is just way too far. Gen.G would like to take the grubs first. Just take a grub. I mean, maybe you're a little bit afraid of this teleport coming through. Maybe you want to make a play before that. But if that is the case, you still need people to follow up. You don't even have, Canyon within range to, like, wall slam and then get a big ult over everyone. If you get Skarner ult onto everyone here as well, if you get Skarner ult onto 3 people and you can drag them through the equalizer or something like that, then obviously, yes, it's a much better fight. But this is a poorly timed engage from Chovy. Even if you hit this charm onto Masu, he cleanses, he flashes to the side out of Q2, and he turns and burns anyway. You also can just fire a point-blank ult into you. You don't have Merc Treads. Even if you flash out of the Alistair engage, there's a likelihood that even the Ashe ult can hit you, or an Encore, or something like that. You're also in range to get autoed and then E'd into Seraphine as well. So Seraphine can get an instant route onto you as well. Even if Chovy flashes out of the Alistair engage here, there's a likelihood that he gets hit by CC afterwards. If he flashes out, there's a good chance that an Ashe arrow hits him, or an Encore or something like that. As it happens, the Encore ends up getting saved and puts through here, but I just don't see any world in which this is a good angle. Ahri realistically wants to be jumping... Ahri realistically wants to be taking a fight against one target isolated in a team fight. The great thing about stuff like Nocturne or Vi is that they can isolate that target for you. Ahughes, Dasai, and Rikashi, thanks for the follows, by the way, I appreciate it. So there's a... Just look at the shape of this team fight. Ahri is within threat range here. This is the fight which Ahri is taking. Who is within threat range? Who actually has threat range? Lehens has, like, a flash and an ultimate, so maybe he can reach, he can reach, like, here. Even then, that's rough because you've got Cleanse from Masu and you've got the ult from Inspired anyway. Canyon can only impact things like around here. That's well off. This is a very poorly coordinated fight. The fact that Chovy goes in when his team is nowhere to follow up is a huge issue. And that's a huge issue. That's a very poorly chosen fight. This play is... This play makes the game unplayable. Now, the problem is... Now, I want to... Because we've talked about a lot of the rest of this early game through draft as well. You need to make an early game play. You need to make an early game play. So... looking for something like this in terms of a big fight to get you grubs and get ahead of the game before FlyQuest get their death ball online, I can somewhat understand that. But this is just the wrong way to do it. Is there any chance he was just looking for distraction? In that point, you don't need to ult, and that's fine. You have got Malignance, you do have the lower ult cooldown, but yeah. Also, by the way, you know, I was kind of criticizing Chovy for not going Darksteel earlier. The fact that he gets Malignance for this first fight of the game and just goes straight for that first item power spike, that could have paid off in its own right. So that's actually okay. As I said, I do much prefer going towards Darksteel first back. I think that's very, very powerful on Ari. But already now, FlyQuest have a load of grubs, and they get themselves early gold lead, which will then fuel themselves into a very powerful point in this game where they can now force the group up whenever they want. You also lose flash on a bunch of people, so. I do want to say, though, still a very good equalizer from Keen. Keen gets a lot of damage done before Galio was even there to provide a magic shield, so he gets a lot of his work done already. I think that was a good equalizer. I think Keen already providing a lot to that early team fight. So yeah, now you're getting to the point where everyone's going to be on first item. You're getting Seraph's completion soon from Quad. And Gen.G are really fast running out of options. They don't have any dragons. They're down in grubs. They are behind gold from where they should be. So yeah, this is just all around not looking fantastic. Hang on. What's happening here? So you don't have, reminded you don't have any teleports anymore. Bwippo has ult, but he's not within range to respond because it's only first level ult. Canyon has flash and ult. Lehens is there. You do have Jinx ult. What happens here? So that doesn't land. Inspired is just around the corner. Yeah, Encore. Lehens still doesn't have flash. He just gets blitzed. Oh, and Inspired bops him back as well. What are they doing? You don't have your own teleports. I think Gen.G are really flustered at this point. They must take early fights, but I think that it's wrong to take it around Skarner Leona. They don't have damage here, you know? You're going onto a Seraphine who gets the extra shields. You are very unlikely to kill here. Pays, can he kill with an ult afterwards? Maybe. I guess there's no Seraph's completion just yet. Really good coverage from jungle support. They walk back out onto the map. Masu's farming alone bot side. So maybe he could have been targeted as well, but FlyQuest correctly choose the lane to work out here. The arrow misses. And then the Galio comes in as well because you've delayed the play. So you lose 2 people for this, for a random ass pick here. What was the plan? Does that open up Dragon as well? So this goes from bad to worse. So Gen.G, they flub, well, yeah, they flub the engage around the grubs. I think Chovy chooses a very poor angle. And then Canyon and Lehens just lose their minds in mid lane there. And sadly, Keen and Pays are just sat there like, nothing really they can do about it. They're just trying to farm up. They can only work off of the framework which everyone else is giving to them. Hex Flash into mid lane. Yeah. And you're taking the fights against the early Shinzao as well. This is one of the other big things. Yeah, so we did talk about the Shinzao being very important to kind of give you an early game advantage in some cases. This is one of those times where it can give you that advantage because Shinzao does actually have very good early game damage. Canyon's built up the Heartsteel now. But I just think that, you know, I really don't think you're going to be able to contest with the Shinzao now in this game for when they have an enchanter behind them. Shinzao with an enchanter is actually very, very powerful. We used to see even Shinzao Lulu being a thing. Did Lehens maybe think that Jinx would make it to mid lane in time to join the team fight? If he does, he's not looking at his minimap. You get to have an ult follow-up and that's it. One of the big problems with Jinx right now is that you really need 2 items to be useful. We were seeing a lot of Infinity Edge first item to give Jinx a little bit more oomph in terms of the combo. You have less good DPS, but your ultimate does a lot of damage when it hits. Now we have... Oh, this might be a bit of an overplay. So you do have Alistar ultimate. So who tanks turret here? So we do have teleports available again. You're sieging up for this. You do have the Death Ball available. Encore hits 1 but doesn't hit Chovy. Busio doesn't pop his ult. Good equalizer again from Keen. 4-man ult. Flash in. That's the combo you wanted to use onto Quad earlier. Keen flashes forward but doesn't get anything from it. One thing which I'll say here. I think that Busio needs to use his ult a lot sooner. I think Busio needs to be using... I actually think Busio, as soon as he takes aggro here... No, as soon as he sees the teleport. As soon as he sees the teleport, he wants to be popping ult. You pop ult right now as soon as you see that teleport, because FlyQuest, they missed the initial pick onto Chovy, but you really need to try and get maximum value out of your frontline ultimates, because now you're in a position where you are retreating. You still have an RE ult to be afraid of, and the equalizer, obviously here when it completes, gives a good AoE slow. That's an incredible equalizer. Really good equalizer. Masu actually misuses his clan. Could he just flash here instead? Oh, yeah, he could actually just flash early. Because if he flashes that ult, then they have a lot more HP. Also, Inspired is not really used... He does have ult and flash as well. I think that if you still had Encore, maybe you could play around this. All the same, I think that Busio and... ooh, hang on a second. Chovy has a kill angle here. He just needs to... He has a kill angle here. I think Chovy should kill him. Hang on, I just spotted this. So, this is fine. Do they have anything else? Well, they don't have any other flashes. Does it matter? No, it shouldn't matter. Ah, yeah, Chovy can kill. 100% he can kill. So, as Chovy dashes forward here, if he flashes here, he will get the... So, in fact, should I show you this? I might do something which I don't do in VOD reviews normally, folks. I'm gonna load up client for you. I'm gonna load up client for you because I want to show you something on Ari. Yeah, okay, we can do that. No, it's not just the Ari E flash combo. Yeah, he absolutely has kill threat. Let me show you. Because what he can do is he can so it's actually not the E flash combo, it's R flash combo. So if you flash midway through your ult, you can extend the range of it. So if he ults here, and then he flashes before he lands, he can get the ult with the Malignance over to here, and then he can just hit, like, auto Q. He doesn't even need to hit Charm, and that guy dies. So he can absolutely kill here. Chovy actually misses kill threat here. Let me show you. I might need to update my cloak. Galio too close? No, he absolutely can do this. He can absolutely do this. No, this is 100% kill value. There's no cleanse or flash. There's no cleanse or flash here. Busio's not in range for this either. Even if Bwipo gets himself a flash out, I'm pretty sure that Ari with Merc treads, because remember that the CC from Galio depends on how long that you channel your taunt. With Merc treads, you can absolutely turn things around. I'm just going to go quickly see if he used Electrocute in the play before this. Does he have Electrocute down? He does use his Electrocute. If he has Electrocute, it's a guaranteed kill 100% on the quad. I think, yeah, he misses kill value. He misses kill value by a long way. Okay, now my client's updating, so I can't show you that, but yeah. Right here, if Chovy, if he just before he lands, if he flashes here, and because Masu is also against the wall here, it's a big problem. But Chovy can absolutely flash over, and so he ulted here. He can flash to here, which will get him within range to hit these two. Malignance will start proccing as well. You'll get Malignance, you get an auto Q or an auto W, and then Masu dies. That is 100% kill threat, and Chovy misses that. So Chovy misreads his kill combo. That will give him a reset, so it'll get him the extra heal, so he will be completely safe after that point, even if there's a flash in from here or a flash in from here. I think that would be absolutely worth it. I think you need to break open the 5-man unit. That would open up mid lane tower to be pushed from this anyway. So that is a little unfortunate from Chovy. He, actually, no, I can do this now. Yeah, I can show you this. One sec, folks. Let me go into training. Practice tool. Yeah, I'll show you this. Yeah. So yeah, you can extend your ult range, which would be really, really powerful here. So yeah, I think that you can kill Masu, you get the reset, and you're completely fine after that point. Let me just make sure that oh, I've got that on the wrong point. Let me just hide that on this bit. Right. Okay, so let's get ourselves up to what level is he in the clip? What level is he in the clip? He is level 12. So he'll be Qmax, and then that, and then I don't know. I tend to split points between these two, but either way, this is fine. Splitting points between Ari tends to work pretty well. He has Malignance, right? He has Malignus Merc Treads. And he has a Doran's Ring. I think that's what he's got.
30 seconds until minions spawn. What new heights?
So let's get ourselves out onto the map here.
Few comprehend my power. Lucky for them, I'm an excellent.
So if you see, it extends the range of it. Extends the range of it. That's how you do it. And it does a lot of damage. And by the way, this is literally just level... You already saw like that did 362 damage just from that, which is kind of nice. Where are my cooldowns? Let's go that. Yeah, if you were to...
I am proof gods of myth.
That's a hell of a lot of damage. That's instant death. Instant death. So anyway, that's just the one thing which I wanted to show. You can absolutely potentially look for a big kill there. So I think Chovy misses kill threat there, which is a bit of a shame. If you kill Massey, maybe you open up the game a little bit. I know that's a bit of an aside, but I feel like that could be something which you missed up. He would have got the reset, he would have got out, and then suddenly you have an advantage you can take either, and you can probably push mid lane immediately there actually at that point. You get yourself the Herald anyway. But yeah, I think that even with Whipper with Flash, I think you kill before he gets any decent CC onto you. Because you have Merc Treads, you are very, very happy. Wait, did he even have Leon? He even had Haunting Eyes as well for an extra bit of AP. So now FlyQuest get to survive with their turrets intact. They managed to push down mid lane anyway. They push down mid lane. They get to keep farming up their waves. Bwipo goes towards bot lane. He gets that as well. Very, very happy. So that's actually two plays, which I know that one's like not a play, and he chooses to play conservatively. I think he has kill threat there, and I think that around the grubs he had another chance to be a big playmaker as well, but he wasn't connected with his team. I'm not going to 100% blame the grubs on Chovy because I think his team wasn't in position to follow up, and I think they maybe could have done with a big Skarner ult. Canyon's had a very quiet game so far, and of course he messed up the play in mid lane as well alongside Lehens. So it's not looking good for Gen.G. I think they're really flustered now. I think they're really flustered. Dragon's up in 20 seconds. That'll be soul point for FlyQuest. You have every big cooldown in your ultimates available. You don't have flashes on your carries. And in the setup for this again, Gen.G... So they haven't used their Herald yet, but they would love to get mid-prio to make sure they could just get a safer entry into River. Again, we talk about this in a lot of our VOD reviews. It is very dangerous to walk through these kind of thin corridors, especially against, you know, very good front-to-back team fighters where suddenly this corridor kind of locks you into a front-to-back when you can't get past that front line. So what you often do is instead you push up through mid lane, and then you walk through this larger, more safe way into River. That tends to be the way that we go through things. Instead, Lehens, with no flash, ends up getting caught out in that spot which we were worried about before Gen.G is really ready to follow up. Busia has flash and he has ults, as is Inspired, and the fight becomes about the front line rather than the back line. Good damage onto Inspired, who doesn't... Yeah, Inspired actually really... As soon as that ult comes down, you need to be channeling your ult. You can't afford to get CC'd yourself. So Inspired does greed his ult here. It's an awesome encore. Awesome encore, though. Inspired gets himself a heal from Triumph. Bwipo gets a... Is that technically a blind ult? Where's their vision from? At this point... Not blind ult. This... No, he has vision. He has vision. So he flashes over. Pays has no cleanse. I think that back E might be a bit too far. Because what I mean by back E is that, you know when Galio presses E, he does a short dash and then he dashes forwards? What you can do to quickly hit someone is... Look, if you wanted to hit this guy, right? You want to hit this guy. Instead of casting your E this way, where you would kind of go a small backstep and then you would dash out, you cast it the other way around. Faker is very good about this on release in 2015 as well. So you actually cast your E this way, because you do the small backstep and it takes you into their character model, which makes it very hard to dodge. If Galio is melee range of you, that's a very powerful way to get your E guaranteed. You can see it here as well. So he gets himself good combo here, does the back E, hits it onto Ari. It does mean that he's in a bit of no man's land now. CC kind of goes a bit all over the place. Great flash away from Inspired. You know, Pays actually plays this pretty well. If he gets that shutdown here, yeah, not that shutdown. If he gets that reset, he might be able to walk across this, and then you get the charm into, yeah, Galio's gone too far. Then you get the resets coming through. It's a good double E. Yeah, that Seraphine combo onto Pays means that there's no extra follow-up here. This is actually a very close fight for Gen.G. I think that Inspired misuses his ult at the start of the fight, which means that he has a lot less HP to work with, and I think that Bwipo overstays is welcome. I think the initial flashover is fine, but then he needs to hold on to his E and just walk backwards. You are not sat. You've already won the fight at that point. I think one of the things that FlyQuest needs to bear in mind is that even minor wins in team fights really work for you at this point in the game. Look, guys, you're at 19 minutes. You're on 20 minutes. This is an absolutely fine timestamp to be taking this forwards with. You're very, very happy with how this game is going so far. Okay, let's speed things back up again. So what this means is that FlyQuest, even by losing Bwipo, they force a bunch of summoners out of Gen.G. They end up taking, what, is that a 2-for-1? Keen and Lehens both die? Does anyone else die? No, it's just them. And they get themselves the dragon. Herald goes into mid lane, gets a chunk there, which means that FlyQuest now can't really leave mid lane unattended if they want to save that turret. Oh, shit. Sometimes my power cord really frightens me. Does some crackling sounds. It's not great, actually. Yeah, Bwipo knows he went a bit too far there. I mean, looking for the 3-man taunt is really nice, though. It just means that he gets to just put himself in the front line. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to go back to that last team. We'll go to the replay of it one last time. This is a core concept that I think that Gen.G, HLE are perhaps the best teams in the world at. And I think that FlyQuest do something similar here. Where, effectively, you know, you have 3 frontline champions here from FlyQuest, right? So, in a perfect team fight, what you want is to have one tank use most of their HP, and then another tank takes over from them, and then another tank takes over from them. Now, sometimes tanks have healing or shielding, which allow them to kind of slot themselves back into a team fight. So Inspired takes most of the stuff here, and then suddenly you have Bwipo doing the thing afterwards, where suddenly the team fight, the team fight started with Inspired being the tank, and then Bwipo is the person being a tank. And because of the way that they position, they're trying to stop damage getting anywhere else. And you can see that this is a good kind of baton pass from the two of them over as well. Bucio then does a decent job of getting himself into the play, but obviously Galio's gone a little bit too far. So there is a bit of a fine tightrope to walk where effectively you as a tank frontline player want to do as much as you can without dying and then allow someone else to take over from you. And I think that Gen.G and HLE are very, very good at that from what we've seen across LCK Summer coming into Worlds as well. I think that FlyQuest did an admirable job of that. I do think that Inspired maybe cast his ult a bit late and then Bwipo went a bit far, but you can still see the concept at play there, with Enchanters making it much easier to play. Okay, so now, big item spikes. You have a Seraphs and a Liandry's onto quad now, which is very hard to kill them off through. 2 items on Ashe, both have move speed, and they both give good damage. That's very hard to chase them down. And Galio has a bunch of HP and some decent sticking damage as well, because Riftmaker gives you 10% extra damage as you stack it up to full, which is all very, very nice. 2 items on Jinx. Jinx is now a champion now, fully. Jinx is actually very, very nice, but then you have to get through all of the everything on this side. There's just so much stuff to try and get through. And with a Locket and a Sterix on Inspired as well, it just makes it, again, just harder to get through. Just really hard to get through. Ahri has a decent slow burn anti-tank build. You're probably looking towards a Crypt Bloom or a Void Staff next, and at that point you're doing decent damage to the Galio again. You really struggle to do damage without Liandry's and Void Staff. You really struggle to do that. Before the mythic item change, there were some really fun Ahri builds where you'd go Liandry's is your mythic, and you go either towards Cosmic Drive when it gave you extra AP, or Lich Bane, and you would just try and you'd have First Strike as well. So if you proc First Strike on someone, you just continually just slow burn through the fight, because you're very good at applying Liandry's on and stuff like that. With Malignance, it's even easier now at this point. So now we get ourselves a fight. Minute up until Dragon. Baron's left already. This isn't really the timing where you're looking for a big fight. You're fighting out of a mid-prio. You see that Gen.G, they have one ward here to stop that. Well, I mean, Galio's an okay teleport player. Flash on Galio makes it a lot easier as well. Flashes are up for most of Gen.G members except for Pays and Canyon. So Lehens has his. Are they forcing the flash out here? If they can Bwipo actually teleports way... so that's why they're doing it. So Bwipo instead just walks into the play. He just walks through bot side, pushes that bot lane, walks in. Keen doesn't have, Keen has teleport, but if the fight happens before he can teleport, so if he's not immediately teleporting right now, the equalizer's not really going to be in play. You get, oh my god, look how long this encore goes for. Oh, Jesus, man. This is why having, like, really good, kind of, like, charge in through the middle of a team fight Shinzao can work very well with a Seraphine. Look how long, so he cleanses out of the Ash, but look how many extensions he gets. So technically, Alistair extends it a little bit further, then they'll extend it a little bit further, and it just keeps daisy chaining, man. So they go forwards like that, extends again. Whippo, by backstepping, I think just about gets it in range for another extension, and even though Pays has, even though he has, oh, that's a really good ult from Canyon. But yeah, even though Pays is cleansed, he just takes so much damage from all of this. Now you're probably going to get teleport in from Keen. No, he actually just walked up because he was in bot lane. And he gets another good equalizer. Keen has not had a bad equalizer so far, but it's still a really good play from FlyQuest to make a play happen before Gen.G are in position for it. Do they use anything big for it? They use a couple of big summoners. They do get the cleanse off of Pays, but I have to say, does it? Okay, by killing Canyon now, you can. You've used a bunch of, because there's a big macro decision coming out here. Sorry, my thoughts aren't entirely in order, so I'm sorry if I'm bouncing all over the place with words a little bit. So, you've used every ultimate but Whippos. You got a minute until Dragon. Canyon will have flash, you won't have ult. Keen won't have ult. Because what I'm thinking of here, folks, what I'm thinking of here is you have Dragon coming up in a minute, Baron up already. So you have to make a choice. Do you... Well, if you can't get to take Dragon right now. Because it's not up in a minute. I wonder whether FlyQuest took that fight like a little too early. So you get Baron. You get Baron off of this. And you do burn this down with, you know, 80 carry, Leandries as well. There's no jungler, so you don't get to do much about that. You have an ult from Pays, which is a little bit scary, actually. Busio has flash, but no ult. That flash is too far. That flash is too far. Yeah, no one's coming to help you from this one. You don't have an encore. So you give up your support life. Pays lives. And now there's some really big things which happen. So you now, with your support dying as well, cannot fight towards Dragon. Objective bounties come online. Whippo stays topside. So the gold is right now 5k. Give up Dragon. Give up... How much gold goes to Chovy here, actually? How much gold goes to Chovy? An extra 350 on top of that. And that's on top of the objective bounty, which came in from... How much do you get from an objective bounty? How much do you get from that? Is it 50 each or is it 100 each? 100 each. So Chovy just gets immediately an extra 500 gold between wave and objective bounties. And he is going towards Void Staff or something like that. FlyQuest come back out onto the map. They force Chovy's ultimate, but he has Malignance and he has two ult 100 stacks, so he's not too annoyed by blowing his ult. This is one of the biggest moments in the game. This is why I'm umming and ahhing about it, because FlyQuest just gave a bunch of objective bounties and they stopped themselves getting soul. I wonder whether they should have just called it quits after the kill onto Canyon and just set up the map. When do their ults come back up? Would they have had ults for this? They would have had Encore. They wouldn't have had... Well, there's no Equalizer and no Skarner ult on the other side. So what I'm thinking of is... So this is when the Dragon gets taken, right? It gets taken right now. If instead of taking Baron, FlyQuest had instead gone towards Dragon instead and fought now, they would have had... They would have been able to delay until this comes through, probably. You would have had Galio ult because that wasn't used in the last play, and you would have had Arrow and Encore up available anyway. No flash on Lehens, no cleanse on Pays. Chovy has no flash from the Baron play, I think. And there would have been no ults here either, because they would have been slightly too long to wait for. I think you can wait, you know, 5-10 seconds for the Shinzo ult to come back up. I think FlyQuest, instead of going towards Baron, should have instead dipped off a little bit, played for... Even if you play for 50-50 Dragon, you look for two things. You look for Dragon and you look for kill on Canyon. Because then at that point, if Canyon dies, you just run over towards... So there are two win conditions there, right? Because then what you can do You can either get Soul, you recall, you reset, you go towards Soul, and then even if you lose the Dragon Flip, Canyon might just die, and then if you kill Canyon, you can go towards Baron anyway. I think that FlyQuest took the fight in mid lane. I don't mind them taking the fight a little early, just because Gen.G weren't expecting it either, but then they give over just a bunch of gold. And Gen.G managed to claw back a decent amount from this. And in terms of map pressure, they really get a lot back from it. Is this where the lack of mastering the fundamentals comes in? This is where I think I think you're against one of the best macro teams in the world, and this is actually quite worrying, because Keen also gets himself what, an extra, how much gold out of this? 350 from that one, and then everyone else gets the objective bounties as well. So you've given over 3 objective bounties, which is 100 gold per person. So that's an extra 300 gold per person, plus 2 outer turrets, and no, 3 outer turrets. One of the outer turrets was taken by Jinx, one was taken by Ahri, one was taken by Rumble. If you'd put all of that into Ahri, or... well, if Daisy powers you through to 3 items on your carries, you can see that the gold... there is actually a gold advantage on Ahri now, and you're even between 80 carries. Ashe is at a very powerful point. I mean, look, FlyQuest is still the better 5v5 comp, by a long way. By a long way. Their front line is more powerful, because the Shinso and the Alistar get to just press their ultimates. You have a bunch of... range and shields to play around. And yeah, I think that, you know, Ahri struggles to get through those shields as well. Hang on, so then you get, hang on. Yeah, you get Equalizer, which helps clear out this wave. Keen's going towards Crypt Bloom or something like that too, or Void Staff. No one can build Serpent's Fang this game, which is a bit of a pain. You do have... shouldn't Nullifying Orb be going on to Keen instead? I guess I guess one of them needs to get it. I wonder whether it should have been on Keen, but I guess Ahri is actually applying it slightly more liberally with Malignance. And has more gold. So Ahri manages to push it into the wave and bot side as well. So FlyQuest get very little out of this Baron. Very little out of it. Also, you'll notice when one thing comes up here too. Pretty sure that FlyQuest would prefer both objectives to be desynchronized, because... so now you have about 30 seconds between Dragon and Baron. Which means that you can't just split the objectives completely on time, but it's not too desynchronized. If there was like a minute off of them, I think it's much easier to. Okay, so now you have Galio on 3 items as well. With the Zhonya's, which is nice. Chovy's farming up a Storm because of course he is. He has level 16. He's very happy with that. It's just such a shame that Gen.G can't split the map, because they kind of fucked the they fucked the grub trade earlier, and they're also behind in Dragons. If you're so far behind in Dragons, you can't really ever leave bot side control. You need to be wary of Dragons. You can't choose to stay off of a dragon and look for a late entry into the pit, or just a fight after the objective's been taken, because if you wait too long, the dragon goes and you give soul. And as soon as Mountain Soul comes up in this game, you can't cut through the extra shields. It's so hard. You have Void Staff for Chovy, so giving over that Baron power play has allowed Chovy to get to... oh, Chovy. Hang on, you know there's a pink ward in there. Hang on, what is Chovy doing here? So he puts a ward in. Does that spot boost you? Maybe not. There's a teleport coming in behind Ahri. I mean, you know there's a ward there. You can't walk up there, I don't think. I think as soon as you see this control ward, because you see it with your own ward here. Chovy, buddy, you are the one that needs to, like, do a lot of the damage in here too. You need to be making a big play onto someone, getting a charm, and hopefully getting a reset for Jinx. He tries to ult out of the Alistar combo. Doesn't quite get that. Does manage to escape the initial pick. However, losing flash and ult for Chovy is so huge. It's so huge, man. Because you need to be charm flashing someone. You need to be sat on a flank. You can't take this fight right now, right? Because you can't take the front to back. Ahri needs to be getting just on the flank to get someone charmed into an equalizer or pull one of these pieces apart. Chovy does have decent ult cooldown. So it'll be up in like 40-something seconds, I think, actually, at rank 16, with all of the cooldown that you do have. Well, you don't build that much cooldown reduction in this build. Yeah. But anyway, it's still not going to be up in time for the dragon fight now. Still going to be up for like down for like another 20 seconds. So FlyQuest can probably just run at this. And Gen.G, they can't afford to give the dragon, but also there's a bunch of big... I mean, you don't have Encore and you don't have Ash Arrow, but I still think that FlyQuest's basic abilities are better. You can see that Seraphine's putting out a fuck ton of damage too. Okay, Whipper gets charmed. Let's slow this right down. Solarfly comes through onto Quad and Masu. They get themselves some honey fruit. Canyon... Canyon gets baited by the Zhonyas. Yeah, because that would have been a good reset. That sucks. Then Canyon walks up. He doesn't have any HP. Gets shredded by Seraphine damage. Boosie has a really good flash knockup as well to stop Canyon from Eing out. Or whatever it is, the E or the W. Can't remember. Masu gets to walk forwards. Another extra charge on here. Keen does nothing. What does Keen do? That's great. Well, he gets a... The equalizer's not bad. But the equalizer should, at this point, probably be going, you know, like in this way, I guess. But instead he goes across slightly off the angle. If the solar flare hits onto that as well, that's fine. Because I think what Keen is maybe looking to do is if Canyon can flash in and make a big play, he can flash in over this wall and look onto these carries. Because there's no point of Keen going onto the front line here. He needs to somehow threaten the back line. But... yeah, Chovy doesn't have backline threat because he messed up with his ult and flash before the play. You know, Chovy does okay at, like, stopping Whipper from, like, insta-ending the fight in front line, but, I mean, yeah. That's game. This is now game. You've given over Mountain Soul. You've given over, yeah, given over too much. So, I think, sadly, a lot of this game is Gen.G, getting outdrafted by FlyQuest and then really misplaying through the early game. I think that Canyon was quite quiet. I think that Canyon and Lahens were largely outplayed, and I think that Chovy made a lot of mistakes. So Chovy misplayed the first Grubs fight, misses a kill combo to Maso in mid lane, which, as we've shown in Spectre, not replay, the other thing, Trading Tool, I believe that should have been a kill. Even with Galio stood next to them, it probably should have been a kill at that point. And then I think also in that last fight there, disrespecting that ward on the control ward and losing his flash and ult for free just means that there's no hope in that last fight either. Because if you have an equalizer and Ahri going onto the back line, you can kill someone. You can kill one of the carries, I think. So that's a really good game for FlyQuest. I think that the Seraphine Galio with the Shinsao, Alistair as well, it's really, really good. I like that composition. It's utter death ball hell for the other team. And yeah, really strong start to that from FlyQuest. Right, let's get ourselves into the second game. I think we go straight into it if we can. Whereas game 2? This actually was... These are weirdly low quality, by the way. Wait, why am I getting so many random friend requests on Discord? Why do you have the same... Why do you have the same profile picture? Why are there so many Discord bots? Okay, whatever. We'll go into game 2 from this one. Hey, Alec, great to see you. Good to see you. Long time no see. Long time no see. So, right, let's get into this one. Oopsies, let's go. That's fine. Let's move this as well. Thank you for the follow, XTCY. Appreciate it. Okay, let's get into this. I'm good to keep going. I'm good to keep going. No, don't you worry, Alep. You've had a very busy while. Okay, let me bring chat back up. I was getting a little bit distracted by chat when I was in the last game because it wasn't relevant to what I was saying. But that's fine. Absolutely, chat is for what you want it to be. By the way, I actually don't think Keen has a bad ultimate in that entirety of that first game. I actually think Keen's equalizers did what they needed to do in those moments. It's just the draft didn't really allow him to do that much. So actually, I think that Keen walks away from that game feeling pretty okay. Pays, there wasn't too much else he could do. As the Jinx in that situation, you're just waiting for the platform you can play off of, and sadly, there wasn't much for him to play off of. Okay, so we don't get the full draft from this VOD, but it is higher quality than the actual LoL Esports one, which is kind of hilarious. So Gen.G are on blue side. They ban out the Seraphine. They ban out the Ivan, and then they ban out the Skarner because they don't want to first pick the Skarner. They don't want to first pick the Skarner because what happens is, if you ban out the Yoni and the Aurora here, what happens if they don't ban the Skarner? If they don't ban Skarner, they ban the Nocturne instead, obviously. Then, yeah, but in this slot, if they hadn't banned out Skarner, then you're like, well, do I first pick it or do I let it through? And in this case, they actually first pick the Ashe. So the Skarner ban means that they don't have to give it over onto red side because they wanted to first pick something else. The Ashe is very lane dominant, gives you a lot of great vision control, and it gives you a lot of pick potential as well. And then you see Orianna, Ezreal, which are decent laning phase champions, decent range as well. One of the big things we've seen about this meta is that there isn't that much backline access. So you have decent laning through that, but then you lock in Jax, who is one of the best champions in a lane swap scenario and in individual lanes. Jax is kind of Exodia right now for the top lane champion pool. And the Nidalee as well, which is... when the Nidalee was locked in, I think that the caster was saying, oh, lock in Renekton. I actually don't like Nidalee Renekton that much. You have a 5-minute window of time to do something interesting, and then you fall off the face of the planet. Whereas I think that Jax gives you a better path into mid and late game. What Nidalee does is still, combo up with the CC from a counter-strike from Jax, but then allows you to kind of always hover around these aggressive lanes, and Jax can play very, very effectively. Then after that, they ban out some of the early game junglers, which can get onto a Nidalee very, very well. Yeah, these are two of the champions which work out quite that well. For a lot of this year, we were seeing Viego into Nidalee in the LPL, because you could just farm and you could survive. If she throws a spear at you, just W dash backwards and you just kind of get out of the play, and the E gives you extra move speed as well. So though Nidalee can still bully you out, you get to farm up and then you become more useful in mid and late game. Instead, we see the Nunu locked in, which we did see from Inspired before. Nunu's very good at contesting your early camps because of Consume, and he hyperganks very, very well. And if you're not in position as Nidalee, if he stands on top of a Scuttle Crab Shrine and gets the move speed, for those of you that don't know about Nunu, if you get a move speed when you start casting your W, your snowball, you keep it through the duration of your rolling the snowball. So if you stand on a Scuttle Crab Shrine, you get that move speed until the end of your snowball, which means you just run into a lane at hyper speed. It's why one of the biggest power points for a Nunu is where if you get double Scuttle, this guy is a menace. He stands on one of the Scuttle Shrines and just permaganks onto lanes. I had a friend who used to be a high elo Nunu player, so I back in like season 6, season 7. So I learned a lot about that from him, especially around the rework as well when that came through. I don't mind Ezreal Rakan. This is a strong lane, and I think Rakan is very good at playing in a split map state too. I think that Nautilus is very good at comboing up with Nidalee though, and it also has a good lane into Rakan because Rakan just kind of gets stuck into the play. By the way, this is another thing too. I heard the caster saying that they banned out the Tristana because Gen.G wanted an AD mid laner. I don't think that's true. I think that Tristana is banned out because it's a very good matchup into the Orianna. Orianna does lose lane to Tristana. That's one of the few champions she loses lane to right now, because Tristana, even though she's been nerfed in a bunch of ways, can still jump on you and cause you a load of issues. I think that Gen.G would have been... They're happy picking double AP mid-jungle, because they already have Jax and Ashe. That's already good mixed damage enough. And let's get through the last part of this draft. And they lock in a Kassadin here. So, you already have really good lane in the Ashe Nautilus. Ashe Nautilus is a good lane, is a really strong early lane. You have the Nidalee and the Jax, which is a strong top side as well. Look, I don't mind in theory picking a strong early game jungler with Kassadin to help him get through to mid and late game. You're okay versus Orianna. You're meant to lose gracefully versus Orianna until you get an item, or even just components. If you get a Catalyst and Merc Treads, you're typically okay. But even then, if you ever misposition your wave, Nunu runs into your lane and you can't play the game. In fact, I remember playing Kassadin into Nunu a lot, because I used to be a big Kassadin player, and Nunu would just try and hyper gank you. Until you get 6, you really hate playing as Nunu, because if you ever randomly overshove, if you ever have to overshove, Nunu just makes your game unplayable, because you lose access to your wave. So this entire game now from Chovy is about his wave management. Chovy needs to make sure that his wave is outside his turret when at all possible. I actually think that Quad needs to be very intelligent about this game's lane assignments and stuff. Lane management, not assignments. If he can keep the wave outside of his turret, he doesn't have to care about Kassadin walking off and making early skirmishes. Kassadin is not an early skirmishing. Yeah. Can you send the name of bot invites you just got? Yeah, I'll do that when I'm off. When I'm off stream, tag. I don't want to lose my flow right now. But yeah, I can do that. I can do that. Let me just see if they entered the... it's the last one which entered the server, by the way. It's the last one which entered the server tech. Okay, cool. Yep. Yeah, that one. And there's another one with exactly the same profile picture. So, yeah. Anyway, sorry, chat. Just dealing with Discord bots sending me requests. Anyway, right. So, as I was saying, I think that a lot of this game will come down to wave management from Chovy, because, and quad on the other side too, because if Castellan whoever gets to hold the wave outside their turret, I think is happiest. I think that Nunu can start hyper ganking. But I don't actually think you need mid prio, because Castellan doesn't want to be pushed in. He just wants to get access to farm and farm and XP. So I think that's going to be a huge thing. I think that the Renekton last pick is fine to survive the early game of Nidalee and Jax as well. You also become, again, just a Sterak's tank later into the game, and hopefully you get to play around some extended range from FlyQuest. So yeah, I guess we'll see what happens then. Let me get my camera into the right point. Cool. Move over here. Shrink it down a little bit. Okay, so are we getting any lane swap shenanigans? I don't think we have to. I guess you can, because Jax is actually very good in the lane swap, and Renekton. The bonus of putting this game into a lane swap for Gen.G is that Jax is better from slightly behind the game than Renekton. Because if Renekton's behind the game, he really sucks. If Jax is behind the game, he can still wait and scale. Yeah, I'm just going to put my Discord on mute. Some people are messaging me, and it's really... Okay, so we do get the lane swap. No, we don't. No. I'm stupid. I'm stupid. So we do get the early. No, we do. Sorry, yeah, we do. So instead, it's FlyQuest going for the early swap this time. Why is that? They get to send 2 people mid lane into the Castellan, because Busio gets to just walk up and bully him off the first wave. But what you really want to do is find a way to shove mid lane in such a way that Chovy misses some CS and has to drop some under tower, and then it bounces back and you can just freeze it outside your turret. That's the plan here against the Castellan. You want to push in with like a 3-wave dive, 3-wave crash in. And then what you really want to do after that point is, I wonder whether Quad and Busio actually push this a little too hard. What you really want to do is push in for a 3-wave crash and let it bounce back in. So can Chovy clip this in time, or can someone come to fix his lane well enough that he can keep this outside of his turret? Because if you don't get to crash this in, that's a problem. I actually wonder whether Quad and Busio push this in too early. Pupo and Maso doing okay here. Just kind of trying to deny Keen some CS, some XP as well. Inspired is clearing through this fine. And you do manage to get a crash here into mid lane. Nunu's in the enemy jungle, can respond very quickly towards mid lane as well if anything happens. But really what Quad wants to be doing now is making sure that Chovy is in a bad wave state, where he cannot reach the farm. Because right now, he is still actually getting XP, even if he's dropping some farm. Okay, so what's happening here with wave state? That's I think this is too much from Quad. Because he ends up going for like a heavy trade onto Chovy. But what he's doing is he's keeping hyper pushing into Chovy. He's still getting some XP and farm. He's actually down in XP. Inspired is not going to be diving this right now. Whip on mispositions and has to use his E, which is bad. What happens with Bwipo there, man? Why does he have to go that way? Just if he stops, so if Bwipo steps to the right here, if he steps to the right, he doesn't have to use his E. He also doesn't have any HP. What the hell happens there? So he dashes in. Boosie has to use his E as well. They wait for the shield to come off. And Bwipo has no E left now. it's a decent spear from Canyon, but also, like, Bwipo should not have to blow either at that range. That is not one which he has to step into. Chovy has to flash out. But what's happening with Wave State again? Like, Quad wants his first back. He does, but Quad's still... Chovy's still going to be able to get this XP. I think that the wave control here is completely fine for Chovy. And also, while this is happening, you know, one of the things which people say is, oh, well, you know, if you've got a Cassidy, you don't get to do anything with mid-jungle or anything like that. Well, I mean, Canyon is still doing stuff. He still gets to dive on the side lane. Keen's still got access to a bunch of stuff here, too. What happens here? So they're trying to dive Chovy on this wave. Canyon's coming in. He has no flash. He gets himself Q shield. But they misreplay that as well. And they give an assist over because they failed the dive. So now this is really bad because Chovy is getting all of this gold before first back. He gets himself, you know, an extra 150 gold from the assist. And this is the bonus of having the Nidalee. Oops. I have misclicked. Oopsies. Hey, sorry folks, I just gotta check one last time on here. Okay, so now you get a null magic mantle. I don't even know if you would... I mean, that basically gets you the extra refill pot as well. So Chovy is in a perfect spot. And this is the huge thing. This is the huge thing, folks. Why were we talking about getting the mid lane wave frozen out and stuff like that? Because now Chovy gets to absorb all of this farm. You've now had Busio in mid lane leeching some XP away from Quad. You've had Inspired in mid lane points too. Like, this Caston is completely fine in terms of XP. Completely fine in terms of XP. Do I know the result of each match? Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. I did watch them live. And I did have a podcast where I needed to talk about them as well. But that doesn't stop me from being able to, you know, react from things in the moment. I'm pretty good at separating result from what should happen in the moment at this point because I'm quite practiced at it now. But I think realistically, the wave state... The mid lane wave has been really poorly managed by FlyQuest. What they've tried to do is hyper shove it in, try and dive Chovy under mid turret. They've misplayed that one dive now, and you know, if you misplay even a single dive against a caster in an early game, it gets them through to this point where they're now level 6. They have a bit of magic resist, a little bit of mana, a little bit of HP coming up as well soon, and it becomes very, very hard to deal with him. Very, very hard to deal with him. And now, so what else? You've got a XP and gold lead over towards Jax as well. So Jax has managed to come out of this lane swap completely fine because Bwipo and Busio kind of misplay their own dive in bot side. FlyQuest have mismanaged their dives and their waves in different ways. Both their offensive and defensive dives have been played poorly, and I think they've misunderstood what they want to achieve in this mid lane. I think they've misunderstood that. So now you're defending your own jungle, which is a problem, because all this does as well. I think this is... I mean, Canyon is a very good Nidalee player. He's been everywhere. He's been putting down wards. Also, another thing too is now you're starting to win all of these lanes. Nunu doesn't get the Scuttle Crab shrines, which we've been talking about being very powerful for him, and his ability to kind of sit on them and then snowball with the move speed boost beyond that point. And it means that there's just a bunch of vision for Cassidy to just play very, very safely. He can play like this now, up on the wave, and he can just kind of push in waves, reset, get his refill pot, and get back out onto the map. Because, yeah, maybe Quad can get like get a shockwave and force him into a play, but force him into a bad situation. But I don't think there's that much left from this now. Okay, so they walk under this now. He still has his Q, so he tanks the knockup. Was that just coming off a cooldown? So he has pushed up a little bit too far. Remember, he does have fleet footwork as well. Getting hit by that is not great, actually. He shouldn't get hit by that. Wait, do we see it on cooldown here? So hang on, guys. If you look towards the bottom part of the screen, he actually does have his ult. This is actually... He should never get hit by that. Because what he can do is he can just ult here. Or he can draw it in a little longer. What happened? Because if he ults here, he's safe. The turning circle's not that large here. So he does get hit by that. Shockwave comes through. And then, yeah, this is a fun thing about Kassadin. This is a fun thing about Kassadin. Kassadin's Q is a channel cancel, so it's known. Channel cancel. So what it is a micro stun. In fact, can you even see it on the HP bar as it happens here? You might just be able to see it on Inspired. As the Q comes through, it'll be a tiny amount of silence on the bar. Oh, no, it doesn't show it. It doesn't show it on there. Nah, I used to show it, I think, in some seasons past. But yeah, so Inspired tries to charge up his ults, and realistically, he should have just auto-attacked him. If he just auto-attacks him, he is completely fine, by the way. So Chovy misplays this, but Inspired misplays it harder. He walks up for another auto. Are you kidding me? Pfft. You give a blue buff over to Chovy. So now that's 2 failed mid lane dives onto Chovy. I think that that one actually Chovy didn't play super well. He shouldn't get knocked up by that snowball, but also the channel cancel is good too. Wait, did he get himself his... Hang on, did he get his fleet footwork in there as well? Let me just check. Yeah, so he gets himself the fleet footwork for the healing as well. Yeah, that's nice. If he doesn't get the fleet footwork, he dies there. So Chovy gets a really tight turnaround. Probably shouldn't get hit by the knockup, but now effectively Chovy will take over the game. Chovy will take over the game. It's a really tight turnaround. He uses all of his defensive tools available to him in the right way. After he gets hit by the knockup, you know, he gets the Q in the right place for the channel cancel, gets the speed up and the heal, and yeah, now suddenly you are behind against a better scaling team. So, poop. You know, yeah, you have Bwipo with a cull, but yeah, Keen is very happy with how this game is going. Bwipo is not in a good spot. You have a gold lead. You have magic resist, HP, and mana all for Chovy. This game is kind of decorative after this point, because Chovy, you can't really remove him from a lane anymore. Quad is behind in XP and in gold, so he needs to be very, very careful. He doesn't have really the stats to brawl with the Casterden now. The Ashe is going to start pushing up lanes, getting vision, and start firing arrows from out of Fog of War. And yeah, I think that this game is now completely screwed up. Completely screwed up. Keen gets a really nice backstep onto Inspired. Inspired has failed to do anything with the Nunu because of yeah, because of various issues. Keen is just getting XP as well. It's not just the Jax which is coming online. You have the Cassim which is coming online, the Jax is as well. The side lane assignments in the early game looked weird. Ezreal versus Jackson, Renekton, Rakan versus Ashnor. That's kind of just what you get from lane swaps a lot of the time. You end up getting top lane and support, and then you get a solo lane ADC on the other side. Because a lot of the time, what you want to do is get some solo XP on an AD carry so they can take over the game. I think we've seen that a lot from Kai'Sa and Ezreal. Both of them do very well at that because they're very good solo lane AD carries. It's one of the reasons we've seen them a lot in mid lane. But yeah, it's right to bring that up. It is right to bring that up. What happens here? So we get the wave crash coming in. Level 9 on Keen with almost Triforce. Gets himself... Oh, this is a really interesting play, by the way, because... Even if you get the smite on this... So Canyon misplays his smite here, by the way. He misplays his smite. So he throws his Q. I'm actually not sure if the minion behind it would have tanked it anyway. With Dominus and the increased unit size, maybe. Oh, Canyon also messes up his E here as well. So he doesn't E. If he flash E's, he kills him. Oh, come on, Canyon. So he gets an extra kill out of this. Oh, come on. He doesn't even get the kill back. Look, well played from Bwipo to put himself behind not just 1, but 2 minions. Plays around his rage well. This is one of the reasons why Renekton is good against stuff like Nidalee. And you know, early game junglers, because he just pops Dominus and he has just a bunch of bulk. He can get a huge amount of turnaround damage in a very short amount of time, but also heal up well. While all this is happening, again, no one is doing anything about mid lane. We are now at the point now, though, where Chovy is about to hit level 11, and he is very safe in side lane. With a little bit of cooldown reduction and level 11, it is very, very hard to play out. It's very, very hard to catch the Casterden. He has too much HP. He's, what, one or 2 waves off of level 11, so he's very, very happy. 2 waves, I think, actually, at this point. Bwipo walks up after his really good anti-dive. Yeah. So now you're teleporting in as the Orianna, but you can also... I mean... What happens here? So he teleports in, it's on a ward, they see it. Hawkshot goes on to make sure the control ward doesn't get any extra value. Pace does have flash. Shockwave... How does Pace get so much move speed? Oh, Yeah, how does Pace get so much movement speed? Hang on, let me just go back a bit. What's he got? He has Heartbound Axe, he has Rectrix, which gives him some movement speed. Does he have tier 2 boots? Yeah, he has. He's actually quite fast for this point in the game. Knowing that Pace has Flash, you probably should stick a little closer to the wall here. I guess he's wanting to give Busio an E. But whiffing that Shockwave kind of sucks. Yeah, they get one back. They do get one back. But again, while all this is happening, folks, while all this is happening, I mean, Chovy doesn't have teleport, but he's now level 11 in topside, getting solo XP. Whereas Quad uses teleport and flash. This game is just letting Cassidy do his thing. And also, even in all of these plays, you're trading evenly. The Cassidy does not care. The Cassidy does not care. Neither does the Jax. The Jax is now in mid lane as well. It's quite usual to get your AD carry in mid lane, but the fact that so many plays are happening on side lanes means that Ezreal's just going to sat alone, and, you know, he can't kill the Jax at this point. Nidalee E2, yeah, well played. Yeah, that's well pointed out, Harold, yeah. Nidalee definitely, wait, that doesn't give you move speed, that gives you attack speed. That gives you attack speed, not move speed. But yes, that does help, actually, when you're in these kind of skirmishes. When you're in skirmishes like that, and you can give, like, an extra little buff up to your AD carries, it does help. So why do we have... Okay, now Quad is now into Jax. Do you really think that now you need to put Renekton into the Kassadin? I guess maybe. I mean, in fairness, Kassadin does hate Renekton. Renekton is one of the champions which actually deals with Kassadin the best, because he doesn't care about magic shields. And he has more bulk than you, so he just kind of runs at you with multiple cooldowns. Good to see you, by the way, Harold. Good to see you. Okay, arrow just about misses. But yeah, Chovy just stacks even more up on his tier. Okay. Hang on a second. So, you know that Kassadin is bot side, so you're trying to make a play away from him. He does have teleport if he wants to come into this play. You're pushing him with Renekton in top side. Your Renekton, your redemption is completely in the wrong spot. Because this is his own... I mean, that's within tower range. So he doesn't get any value out of that. Pop's ult dies anyway. Now you get the teleport coming through because it's clean up central. Quad might just have to... Yeah. I mean, yeah. It's not even teleport from Chovy, it's teleport in from Keen. I mean, Inspired is completely ran at this game. Inspired has done very little with this Nunu pick. He's failed all of his dives. And now he's not tanky enough to be that really obnoxious Nunu in the front line. That was a really bad redemption. And also, once again, you can just see that FlyQuest are being forced into playing on less waves and stuff. Quad doesn't have even if he teleports top lane, he can't do anything there. So you get another kill going over towards solo laners. Ash Arrow hits this time. Chovy has Seraphs and he has Roa, so he has a bunch of HP and mana. Shockwave comes in, but it just doesn't matter. Like, this game is just so fucked. You can't match anyone. Well, Renekton might be able to not match Kassadin, maybe, for a bit. But even then, you're not denying him XP or anything. And you can just... At this point, he actually can roam out, and he can roam out of his lane and do whatever the hell he wants. Once again, Inspire just doesn't have damage or tankiness. And this is an important fight, maybe. So you have Kassadin with no teleport shoving topside. This is... Okay, this is actually a bit much from Gen.G. This is a bit much. Whipper gets like an auto-cancel onto Pays. It's 2 kills back. Yeah, that's actually pretty nice. Yeah. That's a bit of an overplay from Gen.G. They shouldn't have been pushing up without the teleport there. From anyone. But then even then, Masu just falls off on the back end of this play. So, I don't know. FlyQuest looks super tilted. They don't have anyone that can match up well with anyone else.
Come here often.
Hey, thank you, Sam. Thanks for the raid. Hope your stream was good. Thanks, Sam. Appreciate it. Hope you guys had a good time. It was some super vibe in the league, right? Thank you very much. You don't have 2-item spike anywhere close from Masu now because Masu's had this. Masu's just had to watch the whole map fall apart around him. Keen does get caught out, but it takes like every ult available to you, which is kind of funny. But again, Chovy is now pushing up on the other side. So you trade 1 kill for wave control, XP, and vision control on the top side of the map. So you do get something there. That's okay. You get something. But even then, from this position, it's kind of just over. You're getting Malignance being built up by Chovy now as well. I think as soon as Malignance in, you actually can't play the game. Your CC is going to be very hard to get onto Cassidy with Merc Treads, Seraphs, and the extra HP from Roa. When you get an extra couple of minutes, Chovy will be able to get his full level up as well with the Roa. 1 more minute, and that's kind of doomed. There is some logic to build your Roa slightly later into a game, by the way, because the level up gets harder and harder as the game goes on. We did used to see Seraphs into Roa because of that. Even though you get less value out of Roa for the early game, it does mean that you get to, go from level 15 to level 16 instead of level 14 to 15 or something like that. Okay, and Chovy's level 15, verging on 16. He is very, very powerful with Malignance as well. And just yeah. You get, 50 ult haste off of this one item, which is insane. And Chovy just does not care at this point. He is so tanky. Redemption does get some value. I mean, this time he does actually go a little bit too far, but hey, whatever. Exhaust is down now as well. Shockwave doesn't catch the people it wants to. It's not a bad pocket to put the Shockwave into, it's just, yeah. And if you don't have your big ultimates to end the fight immediately, game just ends. Chovy has reached critical mass, game ends. Actually, does the game go much more beyond this point? Oh, Asher actually does hit onto him. Gets into a second stun as well. Oh, do they overlap the CC? No, he has Merc Treads this way. Okay, whatever. Whatever, Merc Treads happens. Yeah, Harold, that's exactly right. That's exactly right. Yeah. There were some points where people were building Roa a little bit later when they knew they were getting to late game anyway. Because of reasons.
How goes VOD reviewing, my friend?
Yeah, not bad. Going into game 2, and I think FlyQuest fundamentally misunderstand how you deal with a Cassidy. You don't want to look, if you can shove him in and permadive him, that's okay. With the Nidalee, very unlikely to do that. The other way you deal with him is just freeze the wave outside the enemy turret, and it doesn't he can't walk up, and it doesn't matter if he leaves lane. Like if you do that against like a Zed or a Talon or a Kiana, it's like,
well, free roam, yeah.
Well, more, yeah. I mean, there are some champions, yeah, and even though they're melee champions, they're just like, well, I will go and do something. Cassidy doesn't do that.
Yeah, he walks up and goes, "Ooh!" You go.
He walks into the enemy jungle. It's like,
thank you.
You're a level 5 Cassidy. Ooh.
I just played a solo queue game where my enemy, I was Kindred, and the Sejuani decided that the way I'm going to deal with that is run Exhaust Smite. And it worked for the level 1 because I hadn't realised it run Exhaust. And then ever after, she went in with Q and could not run away, right. Which was an interesting moment. And there is something about those kind of champions that come in and go, well, you may have regretted being in auto attack range. Why are you here?
Yeah.
What I was about to come and ask was, do you want a cup of tea?
I would love a cup of coffee if that's okay.
A cup of coffee can be arranged. Pass me a mug. I'll get you sorted. Enjoy the review, guys.
Yeah, look, most of this game is now decorative now. As we said, like, there's no one that can really... You need to have all of your ultimates in the right place, even if you've got a huge wombo combo at this point. I'm pretty sure either Jax or Cassidy cleans up, so... Gen.G, they switched to more scaling themselves in Game 2, compared to that first game where they felt like they were really on a timer, and they messed up their early plays, and it kind of didn't get easier from that point. I think that the Nidalee also allows them to just bridge into that mid and late game very, very well, because Canyon doesn't fall off as Nidalee. He doesn't, which is a big problem. Right, I'm going to go into Game 3, but I'm also going to take a quick break as well. So I think ads are coming up anyway. Oh, ads are already on. Okay. So I'm going to take a quick break, folks, because I like to just make sure I'm not burning my brain too much on this and I can be a little bit more fresh. So, folks, if you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, I'm streaming on both. You should be aware of that. You can follow me on Twitter or on... I'm on Blue Sky as well now. You can follow me on here. I'm going to put all of these videos into a playlist anyway. And, yeah, I hope you're enjoying yourselves. I'm just going to step away from the screen just for a second, just so I can not be zombified by the end of it. Sometimes I do need just a quick break, so I'm going to do that, go to the toilet, and I'll be back in just a second, folks. Hope you're enjoying yourselves. Okay, folks. Hey, sorry, you can see. I know you're in chat earlier, but anyway. Okay, folks, let's get back to it. Hopefully, I'm too bored without me. I'm finding these reviews very helpful for my own knowledge. Thanks for doing them. Well, thanks for turning up. And yeah, I think that me doing this helps myself because it helps me kind of sometimes I don't necessarily understand. Well, I mean, obviously, before you watch these reviews and slow down and sit them down, sometimes you can have very different feelings about a game. The more I've reviewed BLG's games, the more that I'm appreciating Bin and Night and maybe appreciating Elk a little less in some of the moments. The more I'm watching Gen.G, the way more, particularly in this series, even from the first two games, the way more I'm appreciating Keen. I think Keen's had a fantastic first two games. Even though the first game was a loss, I actually think that his Rumble ults were really well positioned among a bunch of other things. Yeah, it can help you learn about how different teams appreciate different picks and ways to play the game in different ways. And yeah, I feel like I learn more about the overall game, and that helps me watch League beyond that point. Okay, folks, let's get back to it. So, game 3 now. Game 3. And we get ourselves into the draft. So, FlyQuest are on blue side. Gen.G are really valuing this Ashe pick. The Ashe is now first ban. They fell prey to it in game 1 with the Seraphine Ashe first lock-in. And they ban away the Ivern as well. Now, they might think that... So someone in chat was saying earlier that they didn't think that people would pick Seraphine outside of the Ashe. And maybe that's something to pay attention to as well. Is whether FlyQuest will do anything else outside of that. Quite important to note that... So they banned the Yone. They do ban the Yone last pick. And the Aurora is already gone as well. So they do leave the Skarner up. So Skarner is now likely... Look, I don't know, folks. If you're at this point, do you leave Yone and Skarner up? Do you leave Yone and Skarner up? Because it's now a first pick Skarner, right? I think pretty easily. I think it's pretty easy to lock that one in. We are the Knights that say Nim? That's the one, yeah. That's it. We're full Monty Python now. So they lock in the Skarner easily. I think it's very important to see that the Jax is taken away as well. I think Jax has been very, very powerful. It's been very, very powerful. Both in lane swaps and in scaling and in all of these individual lanes. There's not been a great answer into Jax so far. Not really. Are we going, what? Sejuani Poppy? Oh, not Sejuani. Why am I talking about Poppy? Sejuani Silas could be a thing here. Sejuani Silas. They lock in the Ezreal instead. I think Ezreal has been very, very powerful for a bunch of teams at this tournament. Gives you, again, very good ability to play in both lane swaps and in standard lanes. I think Ezreal is one of the best laning champions in the meta right now. You don't have any melee synergies locked in on top side. You don't go towards the Rumble early. And you have now the Kai'Sa Rakan, which is fine enough in terms of laning phase. You're probably still looking to lane swap away from an Ezreal. And you're hoping to get Kai'Sa with some solo lane XP to then become a real diving threat. And the Sylas is locked in for some melee synergy. And already, I mean, it's not... Okay, so the quickness is a very good ult for Sylas to steal because he can apply the Charmed very well. Plus, actually, quickness has a very good scaling, so it does a decent amount of damage. Skarner ult is okay for Sylas. You do an amount of damage with it, but you can't auto-attack during it. It's... yeah. You don't love the Skarner ult that much. It's okay. Kai'Sa ult is fine. Gives you a decent AP scaling shield, but it doesn't do any damage, so whatever. It's definitely like a B tier ult. It's fine. You can take it in some situations, especially late game. It would be quite interesting to see Sejuani fly into a side lane with Sylas ulting over the top of them. So now Gen.G, they ban away the Olaf. What does that mean? I mean, do they just want to like pick a Renekton or a Cassante or something? So the Cassante is actually already gone. You want to ban away some of Bwipo's more annoying 1v1 picks, I guess. Ban out the Orianna for laning phase against Sylas, that's fine. What's Quad looking for now? We did see, I think earlier into the bracket, did we see Tristana into Sylas? I think we saw Tristana into Sylas on one of the other days. Or like it was threatened, I can't remember if it was banned away from. So the Renekton comes in on 4 for Keen after banning away one of the more annoying champions in top lane. You don't want to lock Vladimir into Sylas. Sylas with the stolen Vladimir ultimate is disgustingly strong. You cannot do them. So look in the Urgot instead. Now, I was talking to Ebby from SoftBank Hawks, and he said that he was planning on picking Urgot at some point in the tournament, but it was banned away from him in the game he wanted to. So this thing's been practiced all the way since play-ins. It's been around. And you see the Zeri locked in instead. So you do give an incredibly good ultimate for Sylas to steal, because this has such a big AP ratio that it's effectively just an AoE nuke. So that's kind of bad to give over. Also, you don't have the best laning phase into Sylas anymore. Zeri's lost a lot of her laning power, especially with her right-click passive being kind of meh. Gen.G have a lot of early game power with Sejuani's having double melee synergy. You are also playing triple melee into a really good team to punish you with that now. What's your last pick even going to be? So you have support now. You don't have Rel. You need engage. You need something larger engage. Do you have to go Leona? It kind of sucks. I mean, you could go Nautilus, I guess, for better play into Kai'Sa, Zeri. You might have to go Nautilus, but then getting towards these double AD characters, you go for the Braum? Really? You really go for the Braum? I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. You need backline access. You need some way to get onto these double AD carries. Because, look, there is going to be this game. So there was another thing which was said on the cast as well. I think Azael called it the right way. Because I think initially the comment was, who's going to shut down Ezreal from Gen.G? Because it's very long range and, you know, it's a little hard to get on Ezreal, especially when you've got a bunch of people stood by them. You know, if Braum's by them, and it's quite hard to dive into them. I think this game is very much about killing frontline. You have Urgot that wants to just pile an ult into someone, maybe someone caught up by a Skarner or a Rakan, and you just chew through them, because you absolutely chew through them. This is if this was a Cassante or whatever, I think it'd feel better, because Cassante is much harder to kill. He just presses W and buys a load of time. Another fun thing to talk about too, by the way, if Urgot fires an ult at someone, say Urgot has an ult in Sejuani, and they drop below 25% HP, and they get pulled back, Braum can actually block the chains flying out to them, but if he does that, even if Braum is 100% HP, he gets dragged into the Fear Beyond Death and he dies. So don't use Braum's shield to block the second part of Urgot R. You will die. Be aware of that. It's really. I was just saying there's a really.
You're just telling me I'm gonna die? I mean, I know.
You
not
are.
Soon.
If
right?
you
not soon.
If you block the second part of Urgot's R, the chains which fly out to connect to the particle with Braum's shield, even if he has full HP, he gets dragged in and he dies.
Is that a bug or intended?
No, in fact, let me just see if there's an example of it.
Is that a bug or intended?
No, Sam, it is a correct thing, because the particle which flies out from Urgot is the thing which kills you. Braum's shield blocks the particle and applies its effects to you. If the effect is kill this champion, but it can only be cast if someone is below 25% HP. Look, the effect isn't kill the person below 25% HP. It's activate it and then it kills the person just in general. But it can only be activated if someone is below 25% HP.
But that means
as soon as it's flying, as soon as it's flying, then yeah. So anyway,
can you block that particle with Yasuo Wimble?
Yeah, you can.
So you can block the recast. Interesting.
Yes. Yeah. Same with Samira on her W as well.
Yeah, because I think it's one of those interesting ones where, like,
my
assumption was the particle you could block was the first part, if you see what I mean. Because then
you can also do that, but there's two different things. There's two different particles.
So I didn't think I hadn't realised that the second part was a particle too, rather than just an animation. Interesting.
Yes. Anyway, so when it comes around to this composition, look. The Braum gives you some level 1 options. The only way I like this Braum is if you do something level 1, and even then, just Nautilus is way better here, right? Ezreal Braum is a very good lane in terms of being very hard to shake. I don't think Braum is good into Rakan. I don't think Braum is good into... It's awful into Zeri. Very bad into Zeri, who just, like, AoEs around you anyway, because Hurricane Bolts fly out and the Chain Lightning goes through anyway. Hey, Fed, good to see you. And then... Kai'Sa just fly... What we've seen at this tournament is Kai'Sa flies the other side of your shield when you put it up. Braum is only good at chain CCing the front line, but I think you have worse damage to front line than FlyQuest do. So the only way that Gen.G get away with this is by playing super early game and snowballing away from it. But if you look at game 1, if you look at game 1, then you can see that Gen.G were not great around playing for the early game, for hyper early game. Like I would be more happy with BLG playing this composition than Gen.G because they're more focused towards the super early game and getting like big snowballs going. Gen.G tend to be a bit more reserved. I think if you picked Nautilus to just put an ult onto one of the AD carries, I think that works better. You can also change CC a lot better that way. Yes, you are less tanky. Yes, you are easier to kill in the front line, but you stop the enemy AD carries from being so mobile, and maybe you can get Sylas, Sejuani, Ezreal to kind of combo onto them. I don't think Braum is good against Rakan. Braum loses lane hard against Rakan. He struggles, really struggles. So Nautilus is even better into Rakan in the laning phase thing. So I think this last pick support seals the deal. Look, I already think this draft wasn't going awesome. Sylas has some decent ults to steal. Renekton has a meh lane into Urgot. Urgot can really trouble you with that. Sejuani is a lesser version of Skarner on this current patch unless you're double melee synerging out the arse, which you can do. Ezreal is fine, but even then, Zeri and Kai'Sa can deal with you. Leona is better pick into Rakan? No, even Leona loses lane against Rakan right now. Leona loses lane because Rakan just keeps tapping with Qs. Nautilus is better in lane, is the best of the engaged champion supports into Rakan in the laning phase. I think Nautilus is a much better pick here. Way better pick here. So that kind of sucks to see. Yeah, Nautilus is way better into Kai'Sa and Zeri for sure. Because you can't cleanse through the ultimate, and it doesn't matter how mobile or long range they are. If the ult is on you, the ult is on you. So, yeah. That one is not great. So I don't get this last pick. Nautilus, Braum rather. I think that loses them a lot of value. Alright, is this the game which has a pause in it? Okay. Let's check where I put my camera. It's fine. Cool. Alright, let's get into it. So, was there anything interesting in the runes here? Anything interesting in runes? Nope. Oh yeah, it's Grasp Zeri who tries to be more lane dominant. So it's Grasp Zeri. Press the attack, nothing interesting there. Whatever. Grand majority of everything else is fine. Okay, we get to it again. So FlyQuest are really looking to chew through the front line. They want to get multiple items on Zeri Kai'Sa. Yeah, there are a couple of different Zeri builds you can go. You want to get a Hurricane at some point, obviously. We're kind of moving away from Shiv on Zeri now. So I think this game he does go Stride Breaker, but you can go towards Blade, which is typically more valued. Yeah, let's go straight there. They edited it out of the VOD. Nicer. Braum does well into the Rakan there. That's a really bad trade to give up as Busio, actually. They give up brush control because you shouldn't be able to get this kind of play onto Busio. You should never get Braum passive for that for free. And you can see how valuable like the Rakan Q even at level 1 can be, but you can't walk up like that. So that's bad from Busio. That's already not a great start, actually. That's not how laning phase should go into this in this lane. Not really. Quad gets the push in early, as you do. Can you force him to lose any CS? You know, it is Chovy kind of hard. Gets him to miss 1. Right, hang on. I want to see how many minions are in the throw. So he's on 5 right now. So there's 1, 2... Hang on. Bit confusing though. 4 right now. So he's on 5 now. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So he should be on 13 by the end of this wave. I just want to see how much farm he gets under turret though. He misses 4 minions. That's actually kind of three rather. Okay, alright. Something. So Canyon's not getting like an immediate path towards topside, instead going towards the Ezreal Brahms. I think this is actually a pretty good response from Canyon. Because Canyon could have gone straight from bot side up towards top side. Wait, where does Canyon start actually? So Canyon starts on enemy raptors. Sorry, I hadn't even been paying attention to the... Oh, this is interesting. So the Braum does allow you to get a level 1 start in the enemy jungle. Spots the ward. Sejuani takes enemy raptors. Skarner goes from top side down to bot side. Oh, it goes onto their own wall. So there's no lane swap, but the level 1s get kind of freaky because of this. Because of the level 1 play anyway. Raptors are gone. Inspired knows that he's gone back into his own jungle at this point, at least. Zeri pushes up and gets information on Raptors. So you know that he's not there. Quad taking tower shot, that's not great, actually. So Canyon hits level 3 and immediately heads down bot side. I think this is a good adaptation from Canyon. He could just clear towards top side, but because of the level 1 trade against Booty or Masu, they can make something happen on bot side. You don't have an Ignite, though. And there is a Cleanse. So it's quite hard to make this work. So you get the... It's level 2 to level 2. Teleport comes in. Lehens goes for the shield. Flash in. Press the attack on Pays. Oh, that's a little bit too close there, Pays. He has barrier. I mean, he still has barrier, but then the double knockup because they stack poorly. Okay, so this is Canyon trying to be opportunistic because the level 1 trade went very well from Lehens and Pays, and then realizing that they actually don't. They're against a. They don't have Ignite. Aw, man. That's actually not great. Hey, Trespasser, appreciate it. Good to see you. Yeah, no, FlyQuest played really well in a bunch of ways. The teleport in from Whippo does mean that the top lane wave is kind of fucked. Masu getting 2 kills, though, is horrifying for Gen.G. Because if this game becomes about, once again, we said Gen.G need to have a very good early game. They immediately give a bunch of kills over to the most important part of the anti-tank killing in the front line, which is the Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa is very good at killing tanks, actually, in this current meta. And they dive at level 2, not level 3. Also, if Pays just doesn't go for that. If Pays just doesn't go for that, he's fine. Just E back. Gives full Kai'Sa passive over. Another knockup comes through. I mean, Pays, buddy. I thought that Pays was Gen.G's MVP from Swiss stage, but giving 2 kills over like that is really, really awful, because he baits his team into die there. By the way, if he was going Conqueror instead of press the attack there, he probably kills. Maybe. I think that Conqueror is way better for like the extended trades like that. Press the attack is still very good early game rune, but yeah. Good trade from Chovy. Top lane CS is going pretty horrifically for Whippo, but he did get the 2 kills for bot lane, and that's fine. Plus also, Skarner is a good enough front line for you to be a bit behind on Urgot. And Pays dropping some farm as well is just... Yeah, you're ahead in farm because of the early lane and whatever from the early trades, but... Just take what you can get while you're ahead. You already got the teleport out of topside. If they just back... Hang on, no. Folks, let's just go back to this again. Because, like, look at this. If you just left this, if you'd gotten the teleport out of Whippo, his top lane is fucked. His top lane is fucked, and you haven't given anything over. Just take the teleport and leave. That is such an overplay. Because if you manage to... the more I think about this, the more that Pays fucked up, actually. Because Keen can win out a 1v1 versus Urgot. If you don't give him 2 frickin' assists, which allow him to buy a cull on that back and a refill potion or whatever, Whippo doesn't get to have even get an easy laning phase up in topside either. And then that suddenly means that Renekton is a side lane pressure valve. It means that you can maybe get a really good fight around Grubs, maybe, if you can get yourself a fight around Grubs, because Keen gets an XP and a gold advantage. You get Grubs, and then suddenly you get to use Renekton on a side lane very effectively. Oh, man, Keen was in such a good spot. He was in an awesome spot. That has really frustrated me now. That's really frustrated me. Hey, thanks for the follow. Do you think the series will impact the entire LoL esports meta? I don't know. Teams are very, very lazy. Teams would rather practice what other people have shown can already work rather than putting in their own research and development. Hang on, his pay's getting dove here again. So now we have Grubs being started on top side, Canyon pushing up, Lahen's moving towards mid lane because Braum is very strong in the early game too. Pay's left under turret, has barrier but no flash. As another Q auto, single target Q, gets the kill. Lahen's is slow back towards bot side, and Pays is now just completely fallen out of the game. Oh, for God's sake, man. So you do get Grubs over to the side of Gen.G. That's okay. You get, I mean, that's still going to be fine. But imagine if you hadn't given the extra gold over towards Bwipo and Masu. Yeah, but I've talked about this before, where effectively that's a good dive, actually. So using the fact that you've got those Renekton and Sejuani, Bwipo still has no flash. Imagine if you hadn't given that gold over to the bot side. You know, that means it's much harder for them to dive Pays there even as well. He misjudges it because he just doesn't understand the damage coming through. Like, Keen can take over this game. Keen is once again playing this game really, really well. His Renekton is actually, you know, it was in a position to play very, very well, to play out a huge lead. And the level 1 trade from Pays and Lahen's probably should have sold this game. Then they completely overplay it. Got very, very, very greedy. But yeah, I've talked about this before, but effectively each year there are like a handful of champions in a couple of regions which innovate. I think last year it was teams like OMG were playing a lot of different stuff. Obviously T1 were playing a lot of different stuff too. They are the ones which innovate, and the other people across the world just look out their side of the eye to watch what they're doing, and they will borrow their work instead of doing their own. It's easier on resources, it's way more efficient. I mean, yeah, if a team is already doing that kind of experimental work, it means that you don't have to. At least that's the thought process. I don't think it's right. I think that you should be doing that anyway. Players should be investigating this stuff, trying to find that golden stuff in the meta. But I think that teams have gotten out of the habit of innovating like that. Which really sucks. Really sucks. I think that Giant X did some fun stuff this year, like playing the Ornn Amumu combos, where Amumu gives true damage to Ornn's brittle passive, which means that actually, even though you're very tanky, you become very, very high damage. Yeah, I think One Tricks can help with that too, for sure. Yeah, so, I mean, Masu is in a ridiculously good spot now. And even, by the way, even in last game, Masu didn't play that badly. He's just had to watch the rest of his team completely mess up. You know, his Ezreal was... It was Ezreal last game, right? Yeah, it wasn't, like, anything special, but, like, he was the guy that wasn't inting. he was just waiting for the platform for his team to give him, and it never really came through. Quad's got perma push in mid lane. He's completely okay with that. Seeing Keen get a plate towards top side. But like, imagine how badly this game could be going if Keen could just play through a much bigger individual med advantage. Keen's got second most gold in the game. Hang on, compared to where's Bwipo? Yeah, he has. Yeah, he's in a really good spot. Pays being the least affluent carry person on the map is not a good sign for Gen.G at all. Not a good sign at all. Chovy can teleport back, loses a bit of a wave here, but whatever. Heart still built up for Inspired. He's on his way to tankiness now. I think tracking how powerful the tanks are is very important in this game too, right? Where you've kind of got this arms race about who can kill the frontline quicker. Pays is not fed, and he's a huge amount of the damage coming through from Gen.G for anti-frontline anyway. Did 2019 G2 do anything to the global meta? A little bit. For Europe a little bit, but not everywhere really. T1 did when they did the double range bot lane. They did. When they had like Varus and Kalista support. Other teams started playing that out more. But even then there was that Gumayushi interview saying like, your support, yeah, or like, you are not carrier, your teammates are not T1. Was that carrier that said that, or was that, yeah? Right then. Gotcha. But yeah. Not many teams have like changed the global meta like that in such a huge way. It's a very rare thing. Because a lot of teams just have... It takes a while for teams to get used to it, and then it gets nerfed out of the meta by the time it's there. Where, for instance, there was the Smite top lane meta in 21? 21, 22? Maybe it was 22. Yeah, 22, early 22. Smite top lane. But then no one was practicing it because it would get deleted from the game in like the next patch. So a lot of people were like, oh, we don't really want to play this. So, you know, people would lose games against it at the start because lower tier teams would figure out the secret sauce. But then they didn't have it after like 2 weeks of play. So yeah. Smite John top, Smite Poppy top as well. I remember that in LGL. Smite Poppy top was really disgusting. This Pyke solo lanes, it was kind of BS, but I miss it too. I enjoyed playing it. Game slowed down quite a lot, but I think this is completely fine for FlyQuest. They're the ones that are scaling up around. You know, so by the way, this is going to be a Stride Breaker on Zeri. Stride Breaker gives you a lot of good stats. I will say, I think you maybe could have just gone Blade into Hurricane. I think Blade is just super good this game. Everyone besides, even Ezreal is building some HP. I think that Blade is super strong here. Also with Renekton and Braum, they don't build as many resists as the Sejuani gets from passive and then her own itemization as well. So I think that Blade is just really good, even though you don't have resist, shred, or anything like that. Stridebreaker is nice, and it helps you against Silas not running you down, but also Blade gives you some decent kiting too, because it gives you that move speed slow on the auto attack on a target. Or however many auto attacks it is in a row. It used to be first auto attack, and then they changed it between first auto attack and then several auto attacks on the same target. Dragon's coming up now. Gen.G did get 6 grubs, but I don't think they can push in that well, because a couple of big things are coming in now, right? Stridebreaker gives you the AoE Tiamat on the wave. That's good wave clear. You have Q and Shiv on Kai'Sa, which is nice. And even Urgot is pretty good at wave clearing. So you can't really hit a tower if Urgot is stood underneath it, because he'll AoE and he'll flip you over the shoulder and he'll get a bunch of powerful trades with Black Cleaver built up as well. Black Cleaver is always the first item on Urgot, by the way. You should not be building anything else first item. It is very, very, very strong. It is kind of broken. So Dragon's up now. Lance gets stuffed at his back multiple times. I'm very interested to see how the semi-finals go, because between Gen.G and T1, because T1 aren't playing scaling comps as much, right? They're playing much more early game, aggressive, dynamic, kind of move into the enemy jungle early kind of comps and play things out through early and mid game. Gen.G were losing against scaling while they were playing the early game comps. So if they just stick towards scaling, I want to see if T1 will kind of meet their match there. I think Gen.G should just like stick to slower comps, and I think that will be much more in meta for them. Be much more powerful for them. Because you can see that Gen.G are losing the games where they have to play into, where they're playing early game into scaling. They get a bit freaked out when they have to play super aggressive early, because they don't want to play around that margin of error. Not really. Bwipo has decent amount of resist. He doesn't really want to get cooked by Renekton and Sejuani again, because they are still very, very powerful. But God, again, you can see how much work Bwipo is doing, Keen is doing rather, against Bwipo in the individual matchup. Now, the Urgot is not cleanly winning this. Now, Keen's gone too far now. Keen's gone too far now, just as I praise him, which is, you know, great. Chovy can also teleport in. Keen's he's used his E. He gets hit by the slow anyway. Is anyone else teleporting in? No. Zeri teleports in. So Keen's going to die here. He pulls out the wave anyway. I mean, there's no way he doesn't die here. He's just buying time. You know, he buys like 15 seconds. So the teleport away from top lane means that Chovy gets to use 6 grubs on top lane, and then you also have Herald in mid lane. So there's, what is that, 2 turrets for... Wait, no, that's 3, because they pushed in bot as well. So that's all 3 outer turrets gone, and a turret in mid lane. That's... Hang on, how much is the gold lead before this? Before the tower goes down, the gold lead, they're 3k down. And they bring it back to even by yeah, Keen dies, but they get 3 turrets off of it. Yeah, I don't think FlyQuest respected 6 grub 3 lane push at all. That's insane, actually. Best read on lane swaps? I actually think BLG have had a really good read on lane swaps, by the way. If you watch the way they play against HLE, they played the lane swaps incredibly well. But yeah, they literally bring they bring a lot of the gold back in this play. That's not bad from Bwipo. Hang on, let's have a look. So, Quad gets to rotate up because of the Hextech Rift. Bwipo teleports in. Tower's already gone down. Does he flashy? Nice, great flash to redirect there. Nice. Gets the W anyway. Flash is gone. Spide should be able to just walk at him now, I guess. Okay. Oh, the ult misses. Oh, inspired. Look, I think just by getting off the map, you're fine. You don't want to... This is the problem. You shouldn't be charging this up. You shouldn't be charging the wall slam up because that's your way out of the play. You should not be doing that. What you want to be doing is getting your rock, walking beyond the wave, and then just throwing it at Chovy to stop him from recalling. This is way too far. Ezreal gets back into the play from Hex Gates. Masu actually forgets to click Hex Gate, which means he's a little slow to the play even if he would get there. I don't think he gets there in time anyway. Yeah, but Inspired, if he has his wall tunnel to get through, is that his E or his W? Is it his E? I think it's his E. So he just gives up a kill for free there, which is... Wait, who even gets the kill? Renekton gets it? Well, I mean, I guess Renekton's going to fall off at some point, but Keen is still really annoying the individual matchup. Masu has level 11, 2 items, so... And also, yeah, FlyQuest were taking a fight away from their most fed member, which is the Kai'Sa. Mikhail's on Busio, interesting to know as well. Busio has a bunch of different items on his Rakan games, by the way. He has like an Abyssal Mask in one of the games. Has a Mikhail's here. He chooses his items pretty well, I think. He actually thinks about his support itemization, which not a lot of supports do. Quad overforced in bot lane. Does it? Hang on. So Quad doesn't have... He does have a lot of move speed. He also gets to use Stride Breaker, presumably, to get the extra move speed. Yeah. Nice flash. That's a really good flash out. But also, just Zeri has so much ridiculous move speed that he can just get a bunch out of this. Look how much extra move speed he gets. And then, yeah, I mean, you can't get to the Zeri now. So he just gets to keep hitting his ultimate. Brahma almost buys enough time. Spide still does have flash. Masu has ult. You can fly the other side of the shield if you want to. Nice. I actually wonder whether Masu, because he has cleanse, I wonder if he can actually go a little bit closer. Chovy now has no flash. Does he just die here? Oopsies. I need to stop clicking that. Ugh. I guess they run out of Kai'Sa. They run out of Zerial, so maybe not. While this is happening, Bwipo gets just monstered by Keen. Neither of them are teleporting anywhere. And then just, yeah, Keen is not even close to dying there. Completely destroys him. Another kill after Masu. Masu is incredibly fed. Backs reset. But like, Keen is controlling so much of this top lane matchup, man. He's so fed. Notice we haven't had a true 5v5 yet. I will say as well that you're not at the point where Zeri has ridiculous damage. Now at 2 items it's starting to get a bit scary, but Zeri, with this build especially, probably needs 3 items, maybe 4. I think 3 items on your yeah, I mean, already you're at the point where you can't like go completely avoided, but or yeah, ignored rather. But yeah. You've now got a huge amount of AoE with a lawnmower build coming through. Yeah, this isn't even close. You still got Sterak's, yeah. It's not even close, man. Urgot can finally build Sterak's. He never used to when it was melee only. He can finally build it. Pays us 2 items, but he hits it late. Getting a 23-minute 2-item spike is... You kind of want it at about 20... Well, 22, 21. So you're about a minute late. Maybe even slightly more than that. Okay, so you have 2 dragons over the side of Gen.G, but you're not close to Soul Point, which is obviously a bit of a problem. Hex deck is nasty as hell. Pays is just really far behind where he should be. And Massey's now got W upgrade. This is the point where you get W upgrade, which is a pain. Whip has to flash out. Dies anyway. Does he die anyway? Yeah, he dies. So then you've teleported in with Quad now, so he has to... So he blows teleport and doesn't get anything out of this. W's just a bit shy from Masu. I still think that he can't really go in because Keen gets his rotation back up, and you don't have anything like a Zonya's for Masu. Even if you hit the W, I'm pretty sure that canyon either flashes away or Q flashes into you, which is kind of scary. 3 items from Masu now. Very, very powerful. Gives you the magic damage, which you're missing from your composition. Gen.G don't really want to build the high amounts of magic resist. Hang on, this is going... Why did this just erupt out of nowhere? So you do have Dragon spawning in a bit. And yeah, and you have Baron up now. Quad is pretty strong. He has good AoE. You can see like Paze is taking a load of damage just from standing in the wave. Quad uses his ult, but just the amount of move speed he gets from activating Stride Break is kind of nice. Inspired is not as danky as you'd like. Bwippo manages to get somebody, because you see what Bwippo's doing here, right? Bwippo right here stands in front of the Ezreal and just says, all right, no more Qs on this target. So he can't hit Inspired now at that point. Chovy, so he steals the quickness. Where does he come in from? He goes for a big old flank. Does Lehens get caught up in the hang on a second. No, that's different. He gets pinged back. I was wondering if someone jumped into that ult. It wasn't quite the same. Chovy ends up getting a Q on target. Bwippo doesn't get a good ult on anyone. Chovy then gets to fire his ult back anyway. Wonder if it would have been better to give that kill over to Paze, actually. I think it's better to give that kill to Paze. He's behind the game. You need the Ezreal to be doing a bunch of range damage. Getting hit by a W like that from Masu is kind of scary. I think, actually, with both AD carries alive, you can't do that much. This is a bit of an overchase now. You do have flash from Canyon. Chovy can't steal another ult just yet. Q hits, but you have cleanse. Masu dodges the Ezreal ult. Ults out of the does he ult out of the Sejuani R2? Yeah, I think he does just about. You've just gone back into the fucking meat grinder. Yeah, Masu just uses that ult for the shield. Inspired comes back out of the base with the Hex Gaze. This is a massive overchase, man. And then Paze... What the fuck is Paze doing with the spacing here? Has to dodge out on the W. He's afraid his front line's just going to die. The damage is being done to the front line, not the carry. His Masu's still full HP. I mean, why are they just funneling in like this? You are not strong enough to do this. You are not strong enough to do this. That's a really bad team fight. I think Gen.G are really falling apart when it comes to... Good night. Good night, Alec. Good to see you. Yeah, I don't know why Gen.G are getting so flustered when they have to play the early game comps. I feel like they just have to play later game comps, then they will always survive to it. And they're much better on slower later game compositions. If they go into this kind of meta, I'm really worried for them against T1. I think T1 at faster game compositions have shown much better early skirmishes, much better early vision control, and yeah, I'm worried. I'm worried. But Keen's playing really well and stuff like the Renekton. I think, what did Keen even do in that fight? What did Keen do in that fight, actually? I want to go back and see what Keen did. Because Keen's like the fed person from Gen.G. Wait, hang on. Let's go back right to the start of it, because I do actually want to see what he does here. So Keen wants to get the Renekton Sejuani in. He gets his E stopped, gets a bunch of damage onto Inspire, but it's through his Aftershock. He gets pulled in with the... everything. Gets a huge Q. That Q actually does do a decent amount of damage. But now yeah. Obviously his dominance is now off. Paze getting hit by Ws like that is really bad too, actually. That's really quite worrying. And then there's this huge overchase. Keen doesn't have anything up here, man. Really bad overchase from Gen.G, but also like good on FlyQuest to know that they can just play around their fed carries. Like they can play the double AD carry comps well, and then Quad was actually very good at the Zarya in LCS Summer as well. Yeah, and you're absolutely right. Ezreal just doesn't do enough. Ezreal just does not do enough. Okay, Masu gets the solo dragon, which is fine. He has really good objective damage now. Keen does get himself an inner turret, but you're getting beyond the point where... Oh, he doesn't get the full inner turret. But you're getting beyond the point where Renekton is useful now. I mean, Renekton Sejuani still gives a lot of issues to one of the carries. But even then, really quite hard to get value out of it. Jack Show on Bwippo just makes him a little harder to kill. Gen.G trying to have one of their solo laners apart from the team. You're playing against the Baron buff. You're not going to be able to cleanly defend anyway. You've given over a load of gold, which is already a problem. They're trying to get something open on the map. They are even in dragons, but this game doesn't get that easy for you, man. This game is very difficult for you. Zhonya's on Chovy, sure, but I don't think Chovy has enough to kill the carries. And the big problem is like, when you're diving for that carry, you're likely dying for them. You're dying to maybe trade 1-for-1. You do have 3 items in Ezreal, but you need, against the Urgot, which actually does have resist now in the Jack show, you do need armor pen too. Shojin's very good for your mobility. Gen.G overstay their welcome a little bit when they're trying to push out different parts of the map. Keen dies. Yeah, that kind of sucks. I mean, does that lead to that much? No, Gen.G don't have waves push up, so a rare time where Gen.G don't balance the map well to have a cross map ready if one of them gets caught out on sides. Inspired is very tanky too now. He has the Starix on top of the Heart Steel, and he's getting towards his own armor item now. No armor pen on Pays. You have a Black Cleaver on Keen, which can help you kind of lock up the front line, stack Black Cleaver, and then see what happens after that. Goes for the Stride Breaker. I mean, if you get onto the AD carries, the Stride Breaker is really important, but yeah. 6 scrubs on Gen.G do mean that they can play through the wider map, but they do need to be having cross maps available to them. Oh, okay, so this is a huge fight. So, I remember this one. Now. So, we've got Dragon coming up now. Baron coming up as well. Sorry, I should be keeping track of the objective times a little better. But, some huge things. You have 3 items on Zeri, who has anti-heal as well now, which is... That's really quite nice, because it will apply to everyone. You're getting so much AoE down. And then you also have 4.5 items on a 3,000 gold lead Kai'Sa. If you go frontline to frontline, FlyQuest almost certainly win. Chovy, does he have any big ults he can steal? Maybe you can get a quickness through someone. So Bwipo goes, who is Bwipo aiming for? Because I don't think he's aiming for Canyon. I think he's trying to catch someone a little bit out of place. Maybe he's trying to go for Lehends or for Chovy. I think he thinks he can maybe get Chovy. Yeah. Oh, that's so close, because if he catches Chovy, the game might just end. Look how close that is, actually. Go back and look at this. I think this is a really very close window. Because as soon as you connect with the person, you stop them, right? Oh my god, that's so close. Because you can see right here that Chovy is slightly just this side. But he gets the E back anyway. He ends up stealing that. So he ends up flipping Canyon instead, which isn't great. Because he is the tankiest person. He still has his passive on. You have a Locket shield on him as well. Shield goes up, defending a lot of the backline from the AoE. Chovy has a magnificent combo here, by the way. He throws his E2 and then starts casting his R. Now, this is only a thing which he can do with the Skarner ult, because once you cast the Skarner ult, you can't cast other spells. So what Chovy does, he throws the E2, charges up his R, so it's charging mid-air, the E connects, and then it drags him into position to use his ultimate. Can you see that there? So he throws the E, presses his R, flies in, almost gets Masu on there as well, gets 2 people in. Manages to use his Protobelt to get back as well, actually. And you see that Keen actually somehow, in the middle of this... Oh, hang on, that's really good from Keen, actually. Ezreal ult hits onto Masu. Keen is like, right now is my time. Gets straight onto Masu. Very... Does he get him? Very nearly gets him from Keen. Oh, Keen is so close there. Now, Masu did have Seekers. It was unlikely for him to kill him there anyway, but that is very close. But still, I think that Bwipo tries to get Chovy, like needle in the haystack, very nearly gets him. You can see how much value the Braum Shield gets in that particular moment. And Pays actually gets a really good ult through the team. I want to see what happens with the other carries now. I'm going to watch this from multiple perspectives. So last time we were watching it on Chovy and Keen and stuff like that. See that, how does Pays do in this fight? So how much, he gets a 4-man Ezreal ult. That damage on the boost here comes through from a W auto, actually. Pays does get a really good ult. I think his... I think maybe he can just E in place, by the way, and maybe follow on to the rest of the fight. Because if instead of that, he goes... Wait. Yeah, if instead of... He doesn't need to jump over here. Bwippa doesn't have any ability. If he just jumps in place here, gets the E on here, can then start deeping us the rest of the fight. So maybe Pays makes a bit of a wrong decision there. Like, he has a load of cooldown reduction. He doesn't need to do that much. Maybe he's a little bit afraid of Inspired having Flash, and he can just, like, Flash wall stun in. But he does have Flash himself, so if he's he can go Flash for Flash at that point. I think he'd be okay. Keen very nearly gets that done. All right, let's watch it from one more perspective. Let's see what happens with Quad and Masu now at this point. So Quad's on a really... I really like how Quad is positioning here. There's no threat onto Quad. There's no threat onto Quad. Just look, he gets beyond the shield as well, which is really nice. He manages to hold Pays and Canyon accountable. They have to kind of back off because he jumps forwards. That's nice because that buys a lot of space for Masu to play on the backline as well. And then now he has the extra move speed running. He can kind of join the he can join the backline part of this fight better. That was unfortunate for Bwippa. That would have been game ending if he ends up catching Chovy instead, I'm pretty sure. Instead, he ends up going down because Gen.G managed to kind of like churn out enough damage. I think Pays actually does a decent amount of damage onto the backline. Getting that ult onto Masu almost wins the fight for Gen.G as well. Because you can see how much damage Masu ends up taking. Which is very surprising. Look, Gen.G are still team fighting really well. They're team fighting really well, but they just don't have the comp to team fight late game. And they don't have the gold in the right places either, because Pays is still so far behind. Pays really does need to have Cyrildas to start damaging the front line in the right way, and sadly he just can't do that. Not against a Kai'Sa, which is so far ahead. The Kai'Sa is just running over this game. Probably going to get Zephyr towards late game as well if it does go that far. And of course you've got then the Zeri to worry about too. I just don't think Gen.G should be hamstringing themselves with early game comps. They are not an early game comp team. Not at this Worlds, they're not. Not at this Worlds, they're not. Even though Chovy is one of the better Silas players of all time. Lehens gets caught out. Blows his flash, just about makes it out. Masu does have ult, but you don't want to fly. You don't want to fly into the Ezreal there. That'd be bad. Good chunk onto Lehens. Can you just start up Baron now? You're very tanky. Skarner doesn't take damage from Baron. You can force them into it. Oops. Okay, so teleport from behind. There is no side laning happening here. FlyQuest want to start this Baron now. Stops Gen.G from pushing out sidelines, potentially finding a route to use their 6 grubs. Lehens is in a very bad spot. He doesn't have any HP, doesn't have flash, he has ult, doesn't have heal or anything like that either. Bwippa, Keen starts charging his ult. Busio is caught up in a pretty decent spot. Oh, just about kill him in time. What is Keen? So, support from... So, Busio goes down. Pays doesn't have ult. If he has ult across here, that's insane. Chovy uses all of his cooldowns onto Busio. Lehens is not in position because he wanted to back off from this, but then FlyQuest called that. Basically just called the Baron and said, alright, let's go for it. The Keen is now not getting his W immediately onto a target because of the fantastic Zhonya's coming out from Masu. Canyon also uses his Q hit. Oh, he uses his Q too. So you've ended up buying QW from Canyon, and then Inspired is immediately wall stun, so there's no way out of that. The immediate ult the way back through too. I mean, yes, the W is still technically primed from Keen and it breaks the shield, but the combo's just not there anymore. Masu breaks their ankles.
It's such a good Zhonya's.
Yeah, Masu breaks their ankles. However, a lot of this starts just because Gen.G get chunked on Lehens and they're out of position. They do not want to fight this Baron. Pays doesn't have the mobility now to play against this. Quad has a ridiculous amount of movement speed. Red buff and the Silas Q2 does kill Quad because the red buff is still channeling there. See that Pays actually does have okay damage now, but
Sky.
Yeah, he's a little bit too late. Does he have it off cooldown? Wait, when does it E4? But I mean, you have a stupidly huge amount of
And now.
Yeah. There is actually a world, by the way, where Chovy can stop the E2 with his own E2. His E, the Urgot E, because you can cancel it and with your own E2, but I don't. There is a world maybe where Chovy can save Pays, but it's... I guess you just hope that you're not hitting... He doesn't want to be hitting Urgot anyway, so... Yeah. I really don't think Gen.G should be hamstringing themselves with an early game comp. I don't think they should be doing that. I think the Braum was a really... Look, the Braum had some value in some of the late game, but I really feel like if you'd had a Nautilus instead, you'd be so much happier cutting down these carries. You'd be so much happier.
Question.
Yep.
I know this is off topic.
Yep.
Zaya build, is it Infedge Flicker Blades?
Well, if you go Gumi Yusi, you go Essence Reaver, Infedge, Flicker Blades. I like Infedge Flicker Blades, but you can also see people going Essence Reaver, Flicker Blades, which is much more kind of like self-sufficient, but not really as high burst.
Yeah. And what do you do third? Mortal Reminder? Or do you do Bloodthirst or something?
Well, in which build?
With the IE Flicker Blades. What's your third on that? Must be Pen, right?
Mortal Reminder, probably, yeah.
Yeah,
Or
but-
Bloodthirster,
or
or whatever, yeah.
Cool. It was a question from someone I'm playing with, so...
Sure,
It's like,
yeah.
let me double check. I know IE Flicker Blades is really nice.
Yeah. I mean, Flicker Blades is a zeal item, so it helps you with a lot of different things. You have 4 items on pays now, but you're just so far behind, man. Okay, so Gen.G have not been able to use their 6 grubs. They're against the Baron buff. They still can't use that. I think FlyQuest made a really good timely decision to go towards that Baron, stop Gen.G from pushing out the map and using their 6 grubs. Yes, there's technically a soul within 30 seconds, but you don't really get to use that. Pushing up, really strong front line, double 80 carries to keep on the siege. You don't get to leave your base. And yeah, you don't get to contest the dragon really because you don't have any walls to teleport to. Yes, you do have the Hex Rift, but you can't really go blind into the enemy jungle. If you come out of the Hex Rift and someone stood there, you maybe just lose the game. So now FlyQuest have even more attack speed and cooldown reduction, which is very, very good for everyone involved. X-Tech dragons are some of the best base dragons. Attack speed and cooldown reduction is very, very useful. Chovy doesn't get to use the Skarner ult, it's timing out. Okay, so now we just wait for the last fight of the game, I guess. Next fight probably just ends it. You have an incredibly tanky Bwipo now as well. Yes, you have Cyrilda's on the side of Ezreal, but I just don't think you can get through all of these tanks at this point. It's very, very hard. Inspired also has like 15 Heartsteel stacks, something like that. 255 extra on that, which is really, really painful. Heartsteel scales off the amount of HP that you already have as well, which is, you know, spooky. Oh, that is not a good tasting coffee. I don't know why. Okay, so FlyQuest just grouping up, making sure that none of the carries are able to be caught out. Zhonya's and Massey makes it very hard to play around that. Pays actually does decent damage to Inspired. Even a level 18 Skarner. I mean, that's not bad. There's no Warmogs or anything either. Trying to take the fight before... Wait, where's Chovy? So Chovy, I mean, you have 2 inhibs down. Trying to take a big fight. Mikhails comes through onto Bwipo. Doesn't quite get the stun. Doesn't matter. He has flash anyway. Sadly, doesn't lead to that much. I mean, you can see the damage which Ezreal can do, but the Ezreal was slowed down way too much. Way too much. Chovy now has Urgot ult, which you can flash into the enemy team. Very powerful. Kai'Sa poke is obnoxious, as is the Extendo beam as well. You have basically double poke AD carries now. Back to Baron. Yeah, I mean, FlyQuest just doing the bread and butter, right? Just keep pushing in and just say, all right, it doesn't matter what it doesn't matter like if you can get, well, you're not going to get to the Baron in time. You're getting pushed into your base, and you don't get to have wards on one side of the map. Decent damage onto the front line. So Baron goes down. Gen.G are trying to take a fight while there are 2 people on Baron. I mean, Quad just does an... Look how much damage Quad does here. Oh, man. That's nasty. Yeah, Quad just runs them over. You're a late game Zeri, and you didn't get to close them down. They go for the front line. They don't get to kill them. Quad finds a gap in. Quad has been doing really well on the Zeri, just sitting off just at a slight angle so he can kind of start dashing into AoE the whole team. And he's, yeah, you know, if they all end him, the front line would be able to bail him out. And if they all in the front line, he just gets to take that, again, that pocket and run people over with. So, Gen.G, they hamstrung themselves once again with an early game comp, which they didn't play very well. Gave over way too much gold towards the Kai'Sa early, and sadly Keen couldn't take over the game from the position that he was in. Yeah, I think that was a winnable game for Gen.G, but I think they played poorly. I think that FlyQuest took the early game lead, and they really did a good amount of value with it. Okay, let's go on to game 4. What happens in this one? I can't remember this one, actually. Okay. Right, let's go on to game 4. Yeah, cool. So, get into our first bans already. Jax banned by FlyQuest on red side. Jax is, yeah. So this is quite similar to the game 2, where they gave the Ashe over. They banned the Jax this time, which is kind of important. Same bans besides that, I think, actually, from the game 2, which FlyQuest got ran over by the Castum with. So what are they going to do? The Ezreal Orianna again? That was their lock-in last time. Yep, that's the Ezreal. Although I have to say Massey was less impressive on the Ezreal than he was on the other champions he's been playing. The Orianna would then be, again, strong, blind pickable mid lane champion. None of the OPs are up, so you can't answer it with any of them. So you don't have the Jax this time. They picked Jax Nidalee here. I think the Nidalee makes sense if you want to have that early game presence. And the Ashe also gives you really good laning phase. And, you know, Canyon's Nidalee is not just an early game champion. I think that's why it's so special. I mean, he's the only Nidalee in the world, which really makes it feel like a real potent champion later on. And this time they do pick the Tristana, which is a really good matchup into the Orianna. So last draft, which was similar to this, the game 2, it was the Jax on 3, and then the Tristana was banned in the second round of bans. But Tristana was just a good matchup into the Orianna. Rakan strong laning phase for FlyQuest, which means that the Ezreal Rakan can actually play with level 1 onwards against the Ashes fine. Nidalee used to be a late game scaling champion back in Season 3, Season 4. Back then, before the Nidalee rework. The poke Nidalee of that era was disgustingly strong. Back when people just built poke comps. So, they ban away some of the better champions in lane versus the Rakan. Rel and Nautilus are two of the better champions against Rakan in laning phase. They catch them out very well. And I think particularly when you have a Nidalee, something like the Nautilus is very, very strong, especially when you get post level 6, just it gives you that guaranteed spear. It's kind of like having a Vi ult on support. Speaking of Vi, banned away from Inspired. They ban away some of those early game champions again. Last time Inspired went towards the Nunu. No, you can't really do that against double AD carry. Nunu's quite bad against double AD carry. Also against Buster Shot, you can't really play as Nunu against Buster Shot. Tristana just causes you a ton of issues. So, Renekton gets locked in on 4. You have strong early lanes again from FlyQuest. What do you do here as Keen? You can go Rumble. Well, you don't have the CC for Rumble, so you don't really want to do that. I think Cassante is okay here if you're going double AD carry. Then you go Cassante and or something like that. I guess you could go Gnar, but so the Maokai's locked in as support presumably. But then top lane you're kind of looking for a front line, right? Because you have a bunch of squishies trying to buy some space for double AD carry. So you do go towards the tank. Renekton is a decent laning phase into the Cassante. It'll push them in, but Cassante just gets more value protecting the double backliners. Renekton Sejuani last in. So this is very, very standard front to back. This is a very Gen.G composition from Summer as well. The Maokai ult gives you some decent engage to play off of. You have the Ashe as well, which can give you some extra kind of power from Fog of War. The team fight is not always the easiest from Gen.G, because if you get a Mikhail's quite early on Rakan, your Ashe Arrow and your Maokai ult get less value. Whereas on the other side, you know, you do have Sejuani Rakan, which are very good at getting into the play. If you choose a good angle from Renekton as well, you can either zone off the backline within your window of power of 1 to 2 items where you don't really die, and kind of get a great Q to sustain through, and hopefully your engage is what can kind of come through from that. Well, comes out on top, brother. Very vague words. Okay. Sure, whatever, that's fine. Cool. Okay, so now we see, and I think the great thing about this for Gen.G is that with the double AD carry and the Cassante and the Maokai, they are very happy to go late game. They're very happy to go late game. And it is actually a lane swap coming through from Gen.G, which makes some sense. Ezreal Rakan, very strong level 1. Maokai, not a laning champion. So you get pays into, you know, the Ashe into Renekton. Renekton hates playing against Ashe. Like, you can never kind of, like, get those random cheeky Qs onto them because Ashe just gets so many slows. Busio ends up making his way up towards topside. Yeah, Busio was briefly in mid lane, I think, but it just doesn't matter. Wait, hang on, sorry. I actually missed how Chovy, blue flash. Oh, hang on, I'm stupid. It's because of the jump in. So he jumps in at level 1, has to flash out of the Rakan. Okay, so they get the flash out of Chovy, but at least he doesn't lose any HP. If he actually gets knocked up there, then maybe the laning phase goes poorly. We'll have to track how that keeps going on. So Chovy didn't start with the with E-stop. He wanted to go for the W because it means that sometimes you can jump over the ball, and it's very immobile early game. We've also even been seeing Oriana go for 3 points W and then into Q afterwards, which means that you don't get that much mobility on the ball. Pays us to flash out of topside. Busio gets some good value just in general. Lahen's getting to... Oh my god, man. Yeah, Busio's getting a bunch of value. I think that... What's happening with the early jungle pathing from Canyon? Why are Gen.G so far behind on information? They get a ward into red buff. Well, like onto the red side. Traded for FlyQuest on the bot side anyway. Canyon starts on strong side wolves. Chovy has no one nearby. This is a weird start from Gen.G, man. This is weird. Ezreal Cassante is fine for Cassante on his own weak side. Canyon spotted on the other side. You see Inspired now. So Gen.G have decent info. Canyon's going to clear through this obviously very quickly because it's in Italy. Tristan is still getting push in mid lane. Chovy still has his level... Wait, does he have a level 1 ward? No, he uses Sweeper. He's got Sweeper right now. Okay, we have seen a lot of Sweepers on mid lane start because you can clear a ward for... What is Lahen's doing? So Lahen's walking into the enemy jungle, trying to spot out what's happening with camps. He spots that that's gone. But, like... You know that Krugs are gone. You should have literally seen him go... I mean, you should have seen that go down, right? And you know the red buff's not there. I mean... Why is Ashe left alone against a Rakan here? Yeah, the Rakan is actually very good at closing you down like this. So Pays has to flash. Weird play from Pays and Lahen's. Weird play. So you lose double flash on your bot lane. Mid lane's going completely fine for Chovy, even though with you lose the flash early, you still get to push in and do some nice stuff. Cassante's doing fine in terms of his own farming. What's he getting out of first back? Nothing much. Okay, that's fine. He's just switching over to regular lanes again. Pays and Lahen's gets to level 2. Masu's got way better solo XP because he actually gets to stand and get that solo XP. So Pays is not in a great spot. I don't know what the hell the communication was between Pays, Lahen's, and the rest of the team about what was happening in that lane swap. That felt really weird. Inspired is falling behind Canyon. Hang on, let me just do one quick last backtrack. So Inspired goes up towards topside, forces the flash out of Lahen's. Okay, that is okay then, because the flash blown onto Lahen's, how much time does that take out of Inspired's day? So from now, 33 rather. 33. When does he actually get back to farming? So I think what's being communicated here is Lahen's is like, well, he hasn't taken his red buff. Maybe he's looking in towards your jungle or something. Maybe he's going over towards your blue. But I think maybe... But this makes even less sense then. So maybe they think he's pathing over towards the camps which Gen.G still have up on their weak side blue side. But then why the hell would you be pushed up here? And why the hell would you be hanging around here? Because you know that Sejuani might be in top river. You know he's on this side of the map unaccounted for. So you do get the camp takeaway from Canyon. Felt like Gen.G was so stressed this series. Yeah, I think they were really flustered. I think they were not... Yeah, I don't think they were playing particularly... They were not playing well for their stands. Then Inspired makes a mistake. He goes over to his... So it probably takes him like, 20, 30 seconds out of his day. He goes back towards his red buff. Hasn't gotten over to the camps on the other side. Canyon's taken 2 camps from there. Takes blue and he takes Gromp. Takes bot scuttle as well. So I think Inspired was looking for the smite there. Doesn't get it. Doesn't contest for top scuttle. Oh, fucking hell. Inspired is so far behind now. I think it was actually a mistake for Inspired to go blow the flash off of Lahen's. I think that was actually a mistake. He gets the respawn of Wolves, but he's been double scuttled. Canyon goes around to his first spawn of Gromp and blue buff, which weren't taken by Inspired. And then suddenly Inspired is ridiculously far behind the game. Chovy's been pushing up like a motherfucker, because of course that's what you do with Tristana versus mages. In early levels before you get AP and mana sustain for mages. Yeah, I mean, bot lane is really far behind for Pays and Lahen's. That's the bonus here, but... I mean... Mid jungle is super happy for Gen.G. But also, like, I don't know what the hell was happening with the communication from bot lane. Does Ezreal just... Does Omega... does Ezreal, like, Omega stomp this game? No, I don't think so. This isn't a game where you can just, like, solo win as Ezreal compare... Because there is a Tristana and a Cassante, which both can match you either in frontline damage and mobility or in tankiness. Yeah, and Quad is being subjected to the Chovy laning phase treatment, which is... Yeah. Canyon gets onto Grubs. And when you've already got pushing lanes like the Tristana, the Grubs are very, very strong. Yeah, I mean, Grubs for Tristana are nasty as hell. Why was that bomb on a minion? Did that bomb just go into a minion accidentally? The bomb's on the minion. No, he's trying to clear it out. Yeah, that's why. He's trying to get the instant wave clear as well. Okay. Oh, is this the disaster play from Masu? Yeah, Keen levels up to level 6. And he goes through the Rakan W, pulls... Oh, I mean, let's go back. Let's go slowly over this. So he gets himself the Unstoppable. Gets that into that. Masu cleanses because it does have a slight slow, but then he gets pulled back anyway. You have to flash immediately, mate. And then he doesn't bother flashing because he knows he dies. I mean, Keen has move speed running. He has... Yeah. He can flash Q. So Masu knows he's fucked up as soon as he's hit by that Q3. The cleanse is bad. It should have been a flash. They die on strong side. And Keen gets an extra kill. That is disastrous. So both Ezreals in this series have had a bad time. They've had a bad time of it. Ah, Masu. He's had a really good series, but that was poor. That was poor. Just a double W on there as well. Nice. Bunch of Omnivamp. Don't get away from that. He can just keep going for forever. Just keeps drain tanking on you. He's also against, you know, if the Orianna doesn't get high damage, he's very, very happy to just keep playing towards like full armor, stacking up a bunch of armor. Okay, Keen is really feeling it. Keen's had a fantastic series. Fantastic series. He is by far the best person on the Rift, actually. And then, really good. So, Chovy's has been pushed up for forever. He feels like he's safe with Buster Shot, W Flash, has a ward on top side, and he is hovering towards top side. Really good Q placement from Quad. Actually, Chovy can flash now, but... Yeah, Chovy could have flashed maybe, but it's... Ooh. I think there's actually a chance that... If Chovy flashes now, he's actually in a bit of trouble, because I think that Inspired can play it slow, throw his ult at him, and Q flash anyway. I guess there's Buster Shot too. So he gets caught, Q flash, firm CC, W hits anyway, extra auto attack, dead. Damn. Really nice combo from Quad Inspired. Chovy just completely disrespecting that. Not often you see him get caught out like that. Python, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Oh yeah, folks, I am streaming on Twitch and YouTube. I feel like I need to throw a... I don't know. Advertisement out to that. If you have a preferred platform, come find me on them. Yep, and I hope you find this stuff useful. I mean, like, I don't always have all of the most interesting stuff to say because there's a bunch of stuff going on and I'll obviously miss some stuff. But, you know, between myself and other streamers, if you see people breaking it down, hopefully get to learn a lot about these players in the series. So, Lahens is level 6 as Maokai support. Obviously, he's very strong at this point. Grub's spawning in 10 seconds. Definitely thanks to the follow. Keen has teleport. Grubs are being ignored. Dragon's up in a minute. So if you take a good play on bot side now, maybe it sets you up for Dragon. Whippo hates playing against the Ashe. Where's that Maokai going, man? Where should you... That doesn't feel like a great Maokai, but could he have angled it differently? Maybe not. Whippo actually does quite well to walk up to the wave. But then, I mean, he still has ult, right? He goes for the empowered W. So Lahens starts taking aggro. Gets the empowered W onto Lahens. Increased stun run. Doesn't get the Q immediately afterwards because he's blocked in his animation. Can't quite get himself up to full rage for a full heal. Had the Ignite him in anyway. So yeah, that's fine. That's okay. That's alright. Grubs go over to fly this time, though. You don't get the full grubs over towards Gen.G. But what this does mean is that you get a bunch of plates. The Renekton's behind the game. The Keen is still really, really happy with where he is in the game. And you also set up towards Dragon. So FlyQuest can't really set up for Dragon now. They've just lost control over the bot side of the map. Chovy's back on the map, obviously, now at this point. Can do whatever to heck he wants. Are Gen.G even going to go towards Dragon at all? So a lot of topside vision control for FlyQuest, but they're not really doing that much with it. All they're doing is securing a safe push in topside. FlyQuest do not feel like they can enter towards the bot side of the map. They're completely correct. They don't have the vision control. You don't want to have to deal with saplings, hawk shots, arrow into spear and stuff like that. I didn't like the Lucidity boots on Orianna when she's the main magic damage source in the game and going Comet. Let me think about that. I mean, I don't mind... I think you need to go Saras versus Tristana. You need Saras. That one you need to do. And you don't have something like a Vi combo like that. Cooldown boots are really nice for mobility of your Q against Tristana. Because, as I was saying earlier... before you have full rank of Q, it can be quite hard to like. So if you go for a QW trade, Tristana can jump over it. Does give you the cooldown reduction to protect you that way. But then do you really want to be hard trading against Tristana all the time like this now? Who are you bursting out? Who's your main target? Your probably main target is actually Cassante. But then, that kind of feels kind of meh too. Yeah, I can see your logic. I think if you're trying to burst the backline, obviously Sorks would be much, much better. I agree with that. Oh, force the flash out of pace. I should not have sped that up right there. I think there's some logic to that, dopamine. I think there is some logic to that. Force the flash out of pace. Gets hit by the Mikhail. No Mikhail's up yet for Bucio. Oh, hang on. How does... So Lahens is behind... How the fuck does Lahens get there, actually? So Lahens goes in through topside. How the fuck does he hang on? How the hell does Lahens get there? He walks over vision, clears a pink ward. Goes into topside jungle after that. Puts a ward... I mean, Lahens is on the mega flank. So FlyQuest vision doesn't actually catch him because it's too far up. Dragon's being... This is such a psychopath move by Lahens, by the way. He's got... He actually reclaims topside vision against enemy strong side on his own while his team's on the other side of the map doing stuff. Lahens should realistically die to something like this, by the way. Because Quad thinks he's completely safe. In what world is there meant to be a Maokai there? Are you kidding me? And that just comes straight out of Fog of War. He has no idea that that's there. Oh my god. I mean, does he live through this? Did Keen just misclick his ult? Maybe he did. Yeah, I think Keen actually just misclicked his ult, by the way. He should have been on Quad. He didn't want to go into Bucio there, I don't think. I mean, he still gets the flash out of him, but that is also, by the way, just a psychopath move from Lahens. Like, why are you there? What is Lahens doing? How is he there? That's hilarious. That's great. 10 out of 10 don't know. It's... That's genuinely so funny. But, like... Gen.G were doing Dragon here. FlyQuest got a load of vision up on this side of the map instead. And then somehow Lahens clears one ward, gets a bunch of vision down here. By the way, FlyQuest need to be really aware of this vision now. Because they know they've just had a support in their own side of the jungle. And he's probably dropped like his full complement of wards. So you need to be sweeping that like right... Well, I guess you don't need to be sweeping that right now. But you need to be aware that the vision's there. Maybe walk through a sweeper if you can. But that is psychopath behavior, man. That is not normal. That is not normal. I don't know how to explain to you how not normal that is. That is so wild. Yeah, that really is like a Hillisang kind of what the hell are you doing here kind of thing. Okay, so Harold is up now. Dragon's up soon. Keen has teleport. Keen is ready to monster, by the way. Keen is in such a good spot. I don't think anyone really threatens him. Like, you don't have like super hyper anti-tank killer on the side of FlyQuest. You don't have a Leandries on quad. Massey's not at 2 items. You have a Maokai ult to buy you space. You have Nidalee heals as well. You have disengage from Buster Shot. You have engage from Arrow. Gen.G are in a very, very happy place. So how do team fights look for FlyQuest? They need to find someone out on the side before the 5-man group comes up. They need to find like a pick onto Nidalee or onto Ashe or something like that. Herald goes into mid lane. Just not going to fully kill? No, it's on like a very slim amount of HP. Close though. You have one dragon aside. Oh, this is a super close skirmish. I do remember this now. Okay, so lane assignments are getting a little bit weird now. You have Herald just been taken and pushed into mid lane. Bucio's now doing the warding mission. How did he get there? Did he just hexgate over? Oh no, there's no hexgate, so I'm dumb. So he's walked over, but he's seen. He's seen on a pink ward walking over the other side. So Chovy and Canyon know that they have a window of time to pick someone off going over towards top side because Bucio's not there yet. They do jump into a double... Could Inspired have played this better? Does he need... Can he flash ult and then Q instead? I think he can flash ult and then... Hang on, does he block the spear? Oh, that is pretty good. You know what? I wonder... Hang on, what happens with Chovy here? I actually wonder whether Inspired could have flash ulted and then Q. Because look at the way he orders his abilities here, right? Because this is really close. So Quad gets a double shockwave. He doesn't have phase rush, so he's very likely dead. Seraphs comes through. If Inspired flash ults... No, I still think he needs... Look, if you can flash ult and then Q after, maybe the extra damage and a tiny extra bit of CC... Well, the CC doesn't matter. It would overlap with his ult anyway. Maybe that puts some extra damage onto Chovy. I don't think so. But you can see where the logic for Gen.G making the play comes through. They see Bucio out of position. They know that someone wants to collect top wave because it's a farming game for both sides, really. Quad gets a good double shockwave. Ends up being, what, 1-for-1, both mid laners? Kill going over to Inspired feels a bit bad for FlyQuest. They really want damage on their carries. They really need damage on their carries. What do you think of letting tower die to Herald to deny local gold? You don't deny local gold if it's the Herald that kills it, because the person who dropped the Herald will get the gold from it. So that doesn't change anything. Whoever dropped the Herald does get the local gold. It's only minions when there's no one around where that happens. When you can deny that. Pretty sure that's how it works. Last I remember. Keen is very happy in this 1v1. Lahen's... what is Lahen's doing? That flash doesn't save you, buddy. There's no one coming to help you. Yeah, I mean, unless an Asher is not going to save you. Tristana isn't... Yeah, that's just a bad flash. Bad flash. Woo. Asher under top turret. Does Whipper even die from this? He gets empowered Q. So Lahen's is caught out in the middle of fucking nowhere. And that leads over to a dragon for FlyQuest. I mean, what is Lahen's doing there, man? Also, I mean, hang on. Could you have just flashed in a different direction? Let's have a look. Could you have flashed into his own jungle? I mean, could you have flashed over that wall? Does that change anything? Maybe he's afraid of quad flash ulting, but he... I don't know what Lahen's is doing. The flash is bad. It doesn't save him. Is it soft tilt that makes him play so weird? I mean, Lahen's is the guy that played Singe support and Elise support. He is a bit psychopathic. You can't rule that out. Okay, so while this is happening, Gen.G realize they have completely seeded bot side. They cannot stay on bot side of the map, so they try and make a cross map. They use it using the globals. They know that Keen is very, very strong right now, but they can't get anything out of that. And they use teleport and Ashol and Cassante's ult, which also stripped his HP on the dive, obviously. Spear hitting there sucks for Whipper, because he just dies for free now. Because of the Leandries. There's also a Seekers, which is used really well there, and a spear lands onto quad. Like, Canyon plays that super well. I mean... Whipper doesn't have E. He knows that that ward is being disabled. He needs to just flash over the spear, no? If he just flashes that spear, so much changes. Dragon's down. You have full rage. There's not that much HP left. The teleport's coming in at... What happens here? When does the teleport come in? No, the teleport isn't in just yet. Bucio's coming with flash and heal. Just flash. Just flash. Oh, Whippo, just flash, man. Quad flashes for his own ult, which fails as well. Turret goes down, maybe? Maybe not. Maybe not quite. Yeah, it does actually with the extra spear coming through. So you end up taking Dragon and a kill on bot side. You lose a lot in top side, though. If he flashes that spear, I'm pretty sure FlyQuest win on both sides of the map. Because I don't think they kill him before Busio gets, like, ult, flash, everything. Quad can teleport in, punish Canyon, who doesn't have flash at that point. Pays has to blow... Wait, why is Pays positioning like that? Is he just chasing super hard? Oh, that's a pretty good ult back. Gets the cleanse out of him, most of his HP. Whatever. But, oh, I don't know, man. If that, yeah. If Whippo flashes that spear, so much changes. And you can see that Whippo is now 1,500 gold down. So painful to be in that position now. This is not going to be a Renekton which can play this game, realistically. This Renekton is kind of done. Just flash the spear, man. You see that the ward's disabled. He knows he's messed up there. He knows he's messed up. Yeah, that's huge. It sucks because, you know, everything else in that play is really good. But if you just flash the spear, Busio gets in with heal flash ult. You don't die at that point. I don't think there's any anti-heal. Yeah, there's no anti-heal on that side, so. Busio now has Mikhail's, but, you know, the gold lead is now accelerated for Gen.G. And they don't have to play overly aggressive, unlike the games which they've lost in this series where they felt like they had to. Whippo now's on. I mean, he has no flash. He just doesn't get to play the game. Dying like that is very... Hang on, why does he even walk up there? So it is his weak side. There's no one else on the side, that side there now. He has ult back up. Why does he check that brush? Why does he check this brush? He has one ward in blue side, on the blue buff itself. He has a couple of wards there, so he doesn't see anyone rotating over directly to him, but mid lane is completely pushed up. All 4 members are on top side. Inspired is spotted on top side because he walks up towards Chovy. Does anyone else get spotted there? Well, who do they know gets spotted? So Oriana's been spotted. Does Rakan show? I don't think Rakan shows. Rakan doesn't show. Ezreal is showing in mid lane. He could have run towards bot side, but there's no reason for him to. He picks up blue buff, red buff. If they know that he's taking red buff, then they know that Ezreal's likely heading there anyway. I mean, yeah, Rakan could be here, but that doesn't threaten anyone. The Ash arrow comes in. There is no reason for Whippo to walk up here. Just wait for the wave to be collected. This is tilt. I think this is tilt. I mean, yeah, you're probably used to dodging that with a normal hitbox, but don't take the chance. I don't think. Also, when you've played Renekton for as many years and as many games as these pro top laners have, it kind of sucks. So now Keen gets to walk out, I think. Throw the ult anyway. This Cassandra is so goddamn powerful, man. Master doesn't have 2 items either, so he can't. He hasn't bought his 2nd item yet. He'll get it now. 21 minutes, pretty decent. Hey, Light, how's it going? Insight on esports rating. Hey guys, how's it going? Was it Power Spike today? We're kind of here, ruining FlyQuest downfall. Good to see you, everyone. Good to see you, everyone. I'm also streaming on YouTube as well, if you have a preference between YouTube and Twitch. We have gone through, obviously, the first 3 games of the series. We're now in Game 4 as well. So if you want to watch back any of this, you can watch back either on Twitch VODs or anything there. I hope it was a good show. And yeah, and if you want to watch any of the other VOD reviews I've been doing, I've done Top Esports versus T1, BLG versus Hlee, and then also BLG versus G2 as well from the Swiss stage. So all of them are on a YouTube playlist. I think all of them will be below the stream as well. But yeah, thanks everyone from that. I am actually just going to turn my alert box off because it's probably going to get really loud for a bit. But thanks everyone for joining in, and hopefully we'll get to enjoy the back end of this series. If you're an, I don't know, whether you're an NA fan or a Gen.G fan. Largely our big takeaways, just to catch everyone else who is up here. One of the biggest takeaways we've had is that Gen.G have looked really flustered when they've had to push very hard in early games. So when they've had the Sejuani, Braum, Silas comps, which you kind of need to get stuff done early with. Or of course in the first game as well when they had, oh my ads just went on. That's a really bad timing for ads. I mean, you could always drop a prime if you want to do that, but if you want to avoid ads. But yeah, so Gen.G have looked a lot better when they don't have to sweat an early game. When they don't have to sweat an early game, they feel a lot better about things. What is my prediction for Tier 1 versus Gen.G? Really depends about the lessons which Gen.G learn from this series, because if you have Gen.G trying to play towards the early game skirmish comps, which they failed on in this series, I think that T1 are better at playing early game than Gen.G. If Gen.G play more towards games like this, when they have, you know, the Cassante double AD carry, where they have the Tristana winning a lane versus Orianna as well, I think that Gen.G will have a lot more chance to win there. I'm actually quite worried for Gen.G though. I think that Pays and Lahens have looked very, very odd in a lot of this series. I think that Chovy had some bad games. I think that the Ari game, we went over one of the first game, and Chovy had 3 or 4 bad plays in that Ari game. You know, the rest of the games went. So this Tristana game was pretty good from him, and he plays very well in game 5 as I remember. But yeah, so back into this game as we coming through now. So FlyQuest are kind of getting their shit shoved in. It is close until Dragon spawn. Keen probably shouldn't be pushing up like this with Dragon on the table so much. You kind of know that everyone should be focusing towards bot side. Keen is very strong at 2 items, and Quad, does Quad have Leandries yet? Quad doesn't have Leandries. So even though you have the Crypt Bloom, you don't have percent HP damage, which is kind of important versus Cassante. Keen survives long enough because he has a bunch of gold from the early game by both winning on the weak side of the map and elsewhere too. Yeah, that's also a very good point there as well, though. I mean, yeah, going for the percent penetration from a Void Staff-like item instead of a flat pen one, even if he was going to do that, feels weird. Is there... Hang on, I'm just going to go back just to see what the items have been built up. You do have 4 Merc Treads from Gen.G. There are 4 Merc Treads. I think that is enough to say, okay, go for percent pen over that. I think I would still prefer Leandries, though. I think that Leandries is much more powerful against the HP building of the Cassante, and I think the target you are going to be hitting is probably the Cassante. It is probably the Cassante. So yeah. Who is the best Ari of Quarters? An individual level, I think that Knight's laning phase was the best. I think Fake was the best around everything else though. I think Fake was the best one, yeah. Although it was also against Cream, who is and TS. Okay, anyway, let's get back into this play. So Keen survives for a huge amount of time. Inspire does have ult coming up right now. Keen still has his ult available, which is a problem. Chovy does a short hop. Buff. He gets the reaction time right, but he also then ends up melee range of a Sejuani with a Renekton ready to combo up. So Chovy, not the best reaction to this. Not the best reaction. Inspired fucks his Q though. That's a very close arrow to hit in quad. I mean, if Inspired hits that Q onto Chovy, that's probably a Renekton stun right after. Chovy actually really not playing that fantastically. It's fine. They are ahead enough. They are ahead enough, and he does end up not getting hit by Inspired's abilities. This is fine now. Now he gets to reset and it's okay. It's not game ending. I think even if they do go onto Chovy, you probably still lose that fight as FlyQuest because Keen just takes too long to die. Canyon does a really good job of just applying mark after mark on people. Does he get another mark on here? Does he hit like another short range Q or something? I think he does. Gets the extended jump range. Yeah. Awesome stuff. I will say though, from this game, for those of you that came in on the raid, and thanks by the way for all the follows, it really does mean a lot. It helps me keep doing what I'm doing and stuff. But there was the top lane dive where Bwipo didn't flash the spear. I think if that happens, this game does look a lot different. Bwipo then goes on from that to die again in bot side. He's completely pushed out of the game. Keen is unkillable after that really as well, because he has been doing much better on weak side, and Bwipo doesn't really get to hold up the front line end of the bargain. Pays needs to be a little bit careful there. Not hating, but this game is sad. It is quite sad. I think FlyQuest, I think Bwipo misplays under turrets a lot, and I think that Masu dying to Keen on weak side is kind of unforgivable. You can't really give that freebie gold over to a Cassante when this game is very much about front to back with double AD carries. You've even got the Nidalee giving the extra heals to the Cassante, which makes him even more tanky. Very, very powerful. Bwipo really, really struggling in this one. So now we have 2 dragons apiece. So it's not going to be a soul point win condition. Grubs are even as well. FlyQuest can't really push up that easily. I think having Keen so goddamn fed and winning the push versus Renekton really changes this game. If you have the Renekton being able to push in, at least you can combo off of that and give some leverage to Sejuani Rakan to make picks out of Fog of War. As it stands though, you're losing the push against the Cassante. Let's slow this down because the big fight's going to come up. Pays... Not happy with Pays' positioning there, but he does get away with it. He also... One of the great things about Ashe builds, your first 2 items, regardless of what they are, give you movement speed. The movement speed of these 2 items gives you a lot to work with. Felt like Bwipo carried both games. They won, though, by creating space for Masu. What do you think? I think that Pays through the game. The first game they lost. No. Pays through the first game. The second game that they lost, where he gave the double kills over the bot lane because Keen was actually carrying through top side, and then Bwipo gets 2 assists and the 2 kills go over to the Kai'Sa in that game. So that one felt like Pays really overplayed his hand. If he just eased backward from that bot lane dive, which failed, I think that Bwipo is in an unplayable lane state where the wave is frozen out against him, and he doesn't get any assist gold. So that one kind of felt pretty bad. After that point, it was, it was very much frontline to frontline, but Pays was so far behind that he couldn't really play. Bwipo, okay, let's get back into this game at hand now. FlyQuest, as we said, behind on the map, they're losing push in every single lane. Bwipo's seen on this ward. Pays has flash cleanse anyway. Does get flash W, but there's no damage on the Renekton now. Busio can't get onto the targets he needs to. What's happening with the rest of this? What happens with Keen here? I'm going to slow this down a bit. Because Bwipo's going in, gets monstered by double AD carries. Chovy gets the reset on his W. Keen... Well, where the hell's Inspired during all this? Shockwave... the Shockwave carries them out of the Sejuani ult. Oh, God. Blech. Does that change anything? I don't actually know if it does. Stops Chovy getting you more damage. Maybe it does, Does it? Nah. Look, okay, it's bad eye candy, but it doesn't change that much. Look how high the health bars are from Gen.G, man. Bwipo can't do anything. Masu is also... What items does Masu even have? He has 2 items, right? Yeah. 2 items, but it's just not enough. I've not been impressed by Ezreal. Western Ezreals, you're absolutely right there, Oda. I don't think that... that's definitely not helping them. Definitely not helping. Okay, and that's kind of it. Vision control fell well off the map for FlyQuest. Bwipo fell out of the game by misplaying a handful of dives this game. Like a lot of dives, actually. Well, not dives. No, there was the other game earlier in the series. I'm conflating the two. But this is now definitely the death knell of this game. You don't really get to play this one out anymore. Chovy's jumping forward. Do they actually catch anyone here? Yeah, they do. Get the slow from the sapling. Nice sapling through. Okay. I don't think this game lasts that much longer, does it? Is it like one more fight? Yeah, I think it's like one more fight and the game ends. So this should be Baron. Spire does get his ult back up. Canyon... Hang on a second. How does that spear find its way through onto quad? Really good ward. And because, of course, as well, this is... Wait, hang on. Wait, what the fuck? Yeah, so King comes out here. Because this is a regular ward, not a control ward, you can't see it on Fog of War. So FlyQuest don't see this coming until it's too late. They have just lost all pressure. They don't have the luxury of being able to play respectfully around these wards. Somehow a spear finds its way onto quad there, and he gets punted through. He doesn't get to play the game. He just completely gets shut down. You need a mega shockwave onto the backline to do anything at this point. It's not even a bursty shockwave build either, so... Chovy's safe again. Yeah, he gets CC'd. Doesn't matter. He has Merc Treads anyway. He doesn't really care. The base damage from the front line is nothing at this point in the game. Nothing at this point in the game. Yeah, I mean... I think that the phase of play where you lose under the top lane turret, you die on the bot side as Bwipo, again after you come out of base, because you face check very disrespectfully into a brush and you find Canyon there. That kind of throws the map state for a loop, and you can't really recover from that. You are already behind in terms of a team comp. Your front line is very far behind. What will T1 answers to punish double ADC comps from Gen.G? I think they will play the early aggressive comps better. They'll have stuff like Camille Rumble comps are very good at reaching the backline. Because if you compare something... So if you had a comp which had a Camille on this instead, you could have Camille Orianna getting into the backline. If you had a Rumble, you could have Rumble Sejuani, which kind of layers the ult over the backline. You need backline access. And in compositions like this for the Renekton Sejuani, you have to go through the front line. It's very hard for you to reach the backline there. So last gas TP. Last gas TP here now. So Renekton goes in for one last play. He doesn't have flash. Masu doesn't really have the damage to do that much here. Busio does catch, plays with no summoners. Great buster shot from Chovy though. That buster shot stops any hope in this game. Yeah. Because Whipper has no extra mobility now. Shockwave does catch too. Chovy buffers out of it, but you don't have enough damage to kill off both carries. Not even one of them, in fact. And that's it. That's game. That's game. Okay, so. Game 5, where sadly we all know what happens if we watch the series. So, Game 5. I'm going to quickly grab myself one last can from the fridge as I go into this, but I will just be a minute, folks. So, sit pretty. I'll be hit. That is... Oh, am I watching this from further through in the game? I am, yeah. Hang on, yeah. I watched that before. Obviously, I've watched that before on the VOD. Okay, give me 1 second, folks. I'll be back from the other room, and then I'll be with you. Right. Are you ready? Because I am. Game 5. Let's get to it. Let's get to it. Let's finish off this series. By the way, I will be doing probably LNG versus Weibo tomorrow, just so I can cap off the rest of my quarterfinals. That's the one quarterfinals I haven't done. So we have Gen.G on red side for this last game, which means that FlyQuest are on blue side. And once again, we see FlyQuest batting out Aurora on blue side. This is a problem. If you have to bat out one of the OP picks on blue side, your game becomes very, very difficult. We saw this with Team Liquid having to ban out both Yone and Aurora, which was just awful for them. And we even saw Lee having to ban Skarner on blue side, which really affected their drafts too. Whereas on the other side, Gen.G, I think they're banning away the Ashe partly because of its combos with Seraphine. Seraphine Ashe is very, very powerful. And also the Ivern allows a lot of these late game scaling, double AD carry, death ball comps. So they don't really want to buy into that at all. So now coming on to the last pick, you have Yone and Skarner both available. So I'm trying to remember what happened the last time this came through. Because I'm pretty sure that this happened earlier in the series and they ended up leaving the Skarner 3 to first pick. Maybe that was it. Yeah, something like that. Okay, so also worth noting as well, FlyQuest ban away the Nidalee, which is just such an early game powerhouse and stops you from being able to sit pretty, allows Gen.G to pick scaling and other roles, where the Nidalee will kind of allow them to get towards that late game. The Jax as well, very, very good in lane swaps and in individual lanes. I think that Jax also provides that scaling option whilst also having a good early game. It really brings everything you want on this kind of meta, which is why Jax is one of the strongest champions in the game. So this should be either first pick Yone or Skarner. I'd imagine it's the Yone. Quad is a very good Yone player. So then you have to ask yourself, okay, Gen.G probably should have seen the Yone first pick coming. Do they have an answer to the Yone? They should lock the Skarner. Do they have another answer immediately available? And they lock the Smolder. So what were we saying about Gen.G and how they were struggling in this series? They were struggling when they were playing towards early game compositions, and they were doing much better at late game team fighting, even when they were behind in early... Oops, punching my microphone. Even when they were behind in kind of like the scaling, they were doing quite well at fighting towards the late game, even with worse comps for it. So they lock into Smolder, which is of course the epitome of scaling. Smolder does quite well against Yone in the early levels because he can get the auto attack reset. He's a ranged champion. Yes, he did get some more nerfs. This champion is not as strong as he was in summer, but we did see at some point Smolder being okay into Yone, where you just try and stand behind a strong front line and play towards it. And that's why FlyQuest say, okay, much like we were talking about in... Hey guys, good to see you. Much like we were talking about when it came to... One second, folks. Where's my chat box? There we go, it's there anyway, cool. Like we were talking about last game, when it came to, well, what are the tools T1 might be able to use against Gen.G when they face up against them in the semi-finals. One of the big things when you're playing like double AD carry comps with a Smolder plus another AD carry, you need backline access. Fiddlesticks brings that by using his ultimate out of Fog of War and punishing your positioning, flashing in to get a fear onto the backline whilst providing huge damage threat. Also, Fiddlesticks is not a bad anti-tank option because he has just such ridiculously high damage and can fast clear very well against junglers like the Skarner. So I don't mind the Fiddlesticks. Fiddlesticks Yone can dive onto the backline and provide a big threat against double AD carries. So now Gen.G will need to find stuff which has good vision control, hopefully good safe pushing lanes. And the Callista comes in as well. So this time FlyQuest changed the equation. They are the ones which are going for much more early game focus with the Callista, and then the Yone really spiking. The Yone has more early game playmaking options as well compared to some. Rumble comes in for Gen.G. I don't mind this because Rumble can control a lot of early game laning phases. Also because it's on third pick here, you can ban out the Galio. You can ban out Galio, and you can also ban out, I don't know, Galio Renekton if you're worried about Bwipo's mastery on that champion too. So I think you ban out Galio Renekton here, I think, personally, because they're the things which allow you to kind of take control of that top side. You could also ban away, I think, okay, at least ban Galio. You at least ban Galio here. And then, especially because you can be delivered by Yone or Fiddlesticks into the front line, so that's a problem. You then probably could also ban Renata. Renata could also be a good ban as well. It can also be pretty powerful. But then FlyQuest, was the Callista shown too early? By the way, there is a secondary thing here too. Fiddlesticks is also, we saw Mirwin play Fiddlesticks top into Rumble back in winter in LEC. It is technically, because I've heard about it from some solo queue players, that you can play Fiddlesticks into Rumble because you just don't care about the poke. Much like when Vladimir was doing the W max before this tournament. Sad we didn't get to see this tournament, by the way. It's a fun pick. But yeah, Fiddlesticks can just kind of sustain through everything which the Rumble wants to do. So yeah, basically FlyQuest are looking for big old wombo combo backline engage. So yeah, Busio will need to be picking something that also has the big backline as well. And they do ban away the Galio. That's the most obvious combination here. You can't pick the Galio before you've seen the Rumble, so FlyQuest can't really have done that. One of the problems which FlyQuest will have is that you don't really have early pressure onto the Smolder by roaming into his lane or anything at this point, which is a bit of a problem. FlyQuest ban away the Rakan themselves, which makes some sense because you do want to remove stuff like Xayah or Rakan. Pays can still go Xayah, by the way, if he wants. Ezreal or Xayah, but that's pretty good. And they ban away the Rels. So Gen.G are banning away backline access champions. Is Janna playable for Gen.G against this kind of comp? Janna's pretty bad versus Yone in some ways, because if you get caught in the ultimate, you can't stop him, but it's not bad versus Callista. If she hops over the tornado, you feel a bit shit, but yeah. Yeah, there are some Janna angles, for sure. It's harder for her to ward. You need to have different instincts to play Janna, because it's not as safe as warding on something like Rakan or Braum or Leona, who never really die on warding missions in the same way. So FlyQuest ban away the Misfortune as well, who's... Why would you ban away AMF? I mean, it's pretty good, and... Yeah, it's pretty good if you go for the wombo combos, but then you can still go Ziggs here for pays, if you want to stand at really long range. I would have preferred to ban out either Alistar or... I would have preferred to ban out Alistar or Leona here, because they're the extra combos which can work pretty well with the Rakan, with the Ziggs rather. You need the big CC chain lockup stuff. Janna not really less safe to ward than Nami and she sees play. Well, yes, but then she's played in a hyper lane dominant way with Lucian Nami, and even then you are not seeing Nami in this meta really. You're right, you're absolutely right, but it's a similar kind of thing where when you're playing an enchanter, you need to have a very oppressive lane to then go out and ward off of the back of just smashing lane so hard that people have to be under turrets. They can't come and stop you from warding. But yes, you're absolutely right, but you need to be practicing that stuff a little bit more. So then FlyQuest lock in the Set. Now, I don't mind Set here, by the way, folks, because Set is actually very good versus Skarner. Now, I know a lot of people will be talking about, well, what about the lane into the Rumble? Yeah, it's fine versus Rumble. It's okay. You can kind of just, you know, I don't exactly know the lane matchup as well, but whatever. You're a Set. You have decent wave clear. You can pin him into the wave. If he tries to combat you on the minion wave, you can kind of run into it and get the stun. Big thing is, though, Skarner is one of the highest HP champions in the game right now, in this meta. So if you ult Skarner, when he goes forward and looks like a wall stun, if you come out of Fog of War or something and you flash ult him into these two, they take a bajillion damage. So when you get, you know, like a 4,000, 5,000 HP late game Skarner, you can just nuke the backline with the Showstopper. So it is some backline ult. So now suddenly you have, you know, 3 big backline access ults for to play around with that. And do you lock in the Alistair yourself? Huh. I mean, it's okay into the Smolder, but you know what? I almost would have preferred Nico, but I guess you have no tank if you do that then. Alistair's better into Ziggs that way, but what else could you have gone? I guess last pick for Lehens is probably Alistair now, right? Sorry, Alistair. No, Leona. It's probably Leona right from Lehens, right? As the last big AoE CC teamfight initiator. That would make sense to me. Oh, no, so he goes back to the Maokai. I mean, I guess it's better to engage from longer range. And, oh, okay, so the reason why Maokai is actually better here is that it gives you the sapling vision control against Fiddlesticks. That's pretty good. In a vacuum, set is great into Heartsteel Enthusiast. Yeah, for sure. I don't mind the set here. I haven't really given a thought about, because I haven't seen set in so long. We will learn more about set this game than I'll be able to say from draft. But I think into the Skarner particularly, it gives some really good value. Okay, so you do have like a huge amount of range and scaling from these two, and then you also have good amount of disengage or engage from Rumble, kind of putting down the slow across multiple members, and then saplings and then ults from Maokai as well. I do think the Skarner can really be dealt with quite well here. I was wondering if there was another support option for Busio, like Nico or something, which can kind of get big value. But I think Nico just gets blown up in this comp too easily. I think the Alice is not awful. Sapling's not bad. Lane matchup is bad versus Rumble, but is that... I don't think it's that bad, is it? I don't think it's that awful. Like, Set is still a decent laning champion right now. His numbers are not like what they were. Obviously not what they were, but, you know. Can we try and find angles for Fly to fight for this game? Gen.G got so much wave clear and Marco Saplings. Hang on, did the overlay break? Did they break the overlay in this game? I think they did. Yeah, whatever. Oh, by the way, I find this quite funny actually, because you could see that the casters were being a little bit late to some plays in this last game. I think it's because the overlay was breaking so much that they were just like, how do I see things? I think if you listen back to the VOD, it was really hard for them to see. That's me assuming, but inferring things. But I think with the overlay breaking, you could see like Jack was saying, oh, I was just looking over to the side here. We had like a second monitor with a replay client open, and I think they had to work off of that instead of maybe even their main screens, which is a bit awkward. Okay. By the way, this is a really good level 1 coming in from Busio. Busio already gets a really good level 1 here because look, Maokai is not a good laning champion. I was almost wondering, actually, whether Gen.G would want to lane swap away from this duo, because Kalista is really nasty, obviously, at early levels, and Maokai's not that great. Not that great. You do want the Rumble into the set probably on the other side. It's fine. So, Busio manages to get a headbutt right in. This is really good from Busio. But Masu, I don't know, man. He ends up jumping into the sapling. Gets exhausted anyway, and he gets hit by the bomb and the comet. So what was actually a very good level 1 from Busio ends up being kind of bad for Masu. Where could he have positioned instead, though? I mean, he can't... The good thing here, actually, is that minion aggro is actually going on to Busio, who's already had Aftershocks. And Masu shouldn't feel bad about jumping forwards, because he doesn't have minion aggro. Masu should jump this way. He should jump this way. Lehens also, because he started... You've seen that Lehens has started sapling. He can't get Aftershock. He actually can't get Aftershock. He doesn't have any immobilizers. So Masu autoing a minion, eating a sapling, and getting exhausted, and the bomb... I don't know, man. I mean, maybe you don't want to go for like a super hard trade, but I mean, surely you get to get like rend threat there. The exhaust is too early for it to stop the rend damage. I think you can go hyper strong on that level 1, can't you? I mean, Busio gets a really good level 1 there, but I think Masu just hopping into the sapling, that should have been way better. And now you've just eaten another bomb, another scorch, another sapling. You have brush control, but this should have gone so much better, man. You're getting level 2 first, but it's not like Pays is getting zoned off of loader XP. Chovy is just using the level 1 spike of an AD carry in mid lane, using Grasp as well. Oh yeah, Lehen's needed to... He did actually need to exhaust there. I think he did. But the fact that he had to is really problematic. By the way, Chovy's laning phase almost like completely ends this game by himself, by the way. In fact, I'm just going to check some stuff. So, as the next wave comes in, how perfect is Chovy CS? So he's dropped 1 CS off the first 2 waves. He's dropped 1 CS. Because he ends up getting a ridiculous amount of stacks, by the way. By getting, like, perfect farm and also just massacring the, like, trades as well. Oh, no, don't worry. I have actually already seen the game, by the way. But yeah, I do remember that. So again, like, he gets another stack there. He's used almost every cooldown on cooldown to get stacks, which is insane. Right here as well. So hang on. At this point, yeah, he's dropped 1 CS because there's a cannon wave. Bot lane hasn't managed to get what they wanted out of the early levels. They managed to get the push, but they don't get anything besides that. Fiddlesticks is just power farming, which you kind of expect. Fiddlesticks becomes just there's some really fun things with having the Fiddlesticks, by the way. So, once again, like, almost perfect farm for Chovy. This guy is just tearing up Storm. He's hitting everything on cooldown onto quad. I also think that quad maybe makes a mistake in a couple of moments here. Not in laning phase, not as in, like, in a couple of moments in the future. I mean, in this early game already, I think Quad's already made a couple of mistakes where I don't know. You know what? In fact, I'm just going to quickly go back to very early into the game because I want to see if he does the level 1 Q stacking. So Lehen's puts a sapling up here already. Quad doesn't do the level 1 Q stack on Raptors. Maybe it's because Fiddlesticks has to start there. But then that means that he doesn't get the level 1 Q3 onto Smolder, which means that he walks... Look at this already, folks. Look at this already. In this first wave, Quad has already lost like a quarter of his HP because he doesn't get to threaten Q3 onto the Smolder. So Quad doesn't get to start with that, which sucks. You can sometimes start W, by the way, on Yone to protect this. But look at this. Like, Chovy's already got like two grass stacks on him or something like that, maybe. This is why you see so many Yones go, just hover over towards Raptors, look for a Q onto the Raptors, which means you can get your Q3 stacked quicker at level 1. Chovy gets the first wave in. He's already got like, 3 grass stacks on him or something like that. Yeah, that's yeah. This is why, by the way. This is why. When I talk about Ahri versus Yone as well, this stuff is really, really important. Because with Yone, if Yone does not get a good level 1 or a good level 2, this HP advantage lasts until your first back. Until Yone gets a good first back, he has to eat that HP disadvantage. No, Yone cannot fight back against a person with this much extra HP. When we've been seeing Ahri into Yone, one of the biggest things I talk about is the level 1 to 3 needs to be very powerful. Actually, we do see a lot of lane swaps affecting Yone lanes in a positive way. One of the reasons he's so OP is that if you lane swap and you put 2 people mid lane, Yone gets to be protected at level 1 and level 2, and he gets to level 3 much, much more safely. But if you get a level 1 like this, where you eat a load of damage, and the same kind of thing happens into Sylas when we saw Nico into Sylas and Ahri into Sylas like too. If they get good enough trades, like Chovy is here, you can't really play the game. You can't really play the games. I actually don't know what quad secondary runes are. I think the overlay broke, so we don't get to see them as much there. But like Chovy is just getting perfect under tower trading as well, dipping out of turret range. Quad's dropping a bunch of CS. Because he's pushing in, Canyon gets Scuttle on top side. Bwipo has to just... The wave's going to come in anyway, so he's fine. But bot lane is not doing anything else for FlyQuest. This is a big problem for FlyQuest now, where they probably should have had more value out of this bot lane, which would have given FlyQuest an option to punish bot lane, get Busio to roam up into mid lane to then affect mid lane. So this is now also an important point, right? Because we have, Pays and Lehen's being completely safe here. You have Teleport still on Pays. He hasn't used either of his pots or his cookies. This is a very, very good state for Gen.G. Another thing which, and why is this important for them in more ways than one? One, denying value out of the early power of Kalista plus an engaged support. Also, One of the ways that FlyQuest could have fixed this game and fixed Quad's lane is by getting people to walk into mid lane. Now, one of the problems with Fiddlesticks has no early gank pressure. He does very little in there, and if he does walk in there, good chances Canyon flies over a wall and makes him feel very, very bad. So, with that in mind, who is the other person that can walk into mid lane? Well, it would normally be Busio. Busio had a great level 1. If they had capitalized well on that, taken a good enough trade to force Pays to back early, or to use teleport to get back into lane, there is a better chance that Maso and Busio could have pushed up in bot lane and then allowed Busio to walk up through into mid lane. And if he walks up into mid lane, maybe that means that Quad gets a better first back. Maybe it means that Chovy doesn't get to stack as easily. Maybe it means that he has to pay a lot more respect with his cooldowns. And I think that is a huge follow-on effect from this. You can see that Bwipo, like, he's collecting farm okay here, but he's not like we saw Set in previous metas where Set could walk out of top lane at level 4, run mid lane and make an impact there. I think that bot lane trade early on has actually made a very big difference, you know. I think it's made a very big difference. Inspired's heading towards level 6. Of course, he won't get it for the next little while, but that's a nice ult out from Bwipo just to make sure he can secure himself that top side. Wave push and not be punished too hard, because someone needs to be pushing in a wave. Bwipo pushes, he roams. Someone needs to be doing this, because you can't just let Gen.G sit and stack on Chovy Smolder. I think that this is a problem where FlyQuest are now the ones who realize that they need to be very aggressive in the early game. They pick the Kalista lane. Chovy, by the way, just getting an extra little bit of chunk there, an extra little bit more. Keen gets a really nice equalizer again. I like how Keen has just been saying, look, it doesn't need to be the perfect teamfight equalizer. All I need to really be doing is getting some damage on an important target in setups to fight. Now suddenly Bwipo doesn't have ult, doesn't really have the HP to fight this. They clear them off there, get themselves 3 grubs from that. So Inspired, even though he starts them out, doesn't get anything out of it, which is a bit of a pain. Bwipo does manage to outplay this pretty well. He uses the E to cancel Skarner's charge into the wall, which is fine there. Keen had an incredible series. Keen was by far the best player on the Rift. Even in the games they were losing, Keen was incredible, which I don't think was the case in Swiss. I think he was a little bit quiet there, but I think he was really good at this one. Bwipo still has Flash. Does he outplay this again? I'm trying to remember. Yeah, he outplays this again. That was really nice. Canyon has a really bad ult direction. Whoopsies. So Bwipo takes up a lot of pressure. By the way, if Bwipo doesn't do this, this game gets even worse more quickly, right? Because Pays gets to push in with 3 grubs. Maybe he gets to... if you kill Bwipo here, there's an uncontested wave where he gets to push in for plates in topside. If Bwipo doesn't do this, this gets even worse, even more quickly. This also means that FlyQuest don't have to recall and worry about lane assignments. You can see that Bwipo manages to clear this out completely fine. Inspired kind of stops Busio's back, which is kind of bad because he really needs to be out on the map ASAP now. Was wondering when this set was picked. On pick 4. It was on pick 4-5. So it was before the Maokai was picked, but everything else was seen. Set brings value by punting the highest HP jungler in the game in Skarner into the backline. That's what he gives. So Canyon, if he gets ulted into the backline, will do a shit ton of damage onto Chovy and Pays, because the damage is scales off the HP of the target you're flinging into them. That's why Set into stuff like Cho'Gath and Sion was very, very funny at points, because he just one-shot your backline by landing an ult into them. It's why Set support was really good for a while there too, because the scaling from the enemy HP didn't have to worry about you having any gold. Okay, so we have Cull being built up on the quad, which I think is quite important here, because Cull allows the Yone to potentially get towards 2-3 items as well, an important point. Oh, this... by the way, hang on. I've got to go back a little bit, because I've got to see when Inspired switched over to Ignite. When did he switch over to Ignite? So, see right here. Inspired, thinking maybe they're going to dive bot lane, switched over to Ignite at around about 7:20. I want us to pay attention to how long he has that Ignite for. Because he's a spellbook, and he can only get rid of his Ignite when there's an enemy in range to cast it on. You can't get rid of it in another way, by the way, folks. So he's playing now without Smite, which is a bit unfortunate. And we saw this bit already. Then there's the drive-by in mid lane, and we get back to where we were beforehand. So they didn't take Dragon because he took Ignite. To an extent, also, you just can't waste time on farming junglers. You can't waste time on them. You need to be You know, Inspired needs to be getting farm. He needs to be putting wards down around the map as well. I say wards, his trinket is good enough. He just needs to be present on the map. If you're on Dragon, you waste a lot of time. And I think zoning key enough for that Dragon is much more important. Plus, also, you can see that Masu is alone in topside too, so you don't want to leave him just out on an island.
Hey up, chap.
Yeah, how's it going?
Not bad. Just finished playing some games.
Cool. Yeah. Well, we now have, you know, Chovy on a ridiculous amount of stacks, as always. He still has pretty much perfect CS, which is just, it's such a Chovyism, man.
So just question that, actually, because I know we saw it, like,
No, it is just perfect lane CS.
It is just perfect lane CS. Wow.
It's perfect lane CS.
Wow.
Yeah. He's just been there at every wave. He's dropped like 2 minions or something.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, he's just been sat there. I think that Quad not having level 1 Q stacked up on Raptors because Inspired started there really messed with his lane. It meant that he took a bad trade at level 1 because he doesn't have Q stacked up very early, and then he couldn't get a good reset. Bot lane couldn't come and influence it because Masu and Busio messed up one of their early trades, and it meant that he was just left in an isolated lane. This is kind of important here, actually, because Pays loses his flash. So Masu comes out of river, uses cholesterol to force flash out of Pays, forces the response out of Canyon actually as well, because he wants to go there just in case anything really bad happens so he can at least flash over the wall. But yeah, getting the flash out of Pays is important, because if you need to kill these backliners. You don't win this game if you don't get backline access. Now at least you get, and again, this is really funny, Inspired doesn't have smite to secure these, by the way, so it's kind of important that all of these big ults miss. I think actually Gen.G realized that, and they're like, hang on, he has Ignite.
Yeah.
He can't actually do this. So that's the reason I think they throw everything there. I don't think that's panic, actually. I think that's literally just like, hang on, he has Ignite, he can't actually smite these.
I'm pretty sure as well, because Inspired kills one, the heal stops anything else.
He has 130 out of 133 CS total at this point. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah.
Holy moly.
Yeah, I assumed Ghost was talking about the wave that it was on. I couldn't remember which wave, but yeah.
Incredible, actually.
I don't actually. I'm not great at knowing maximum CS for a certain point. Anyway, sorry, I just gotta move on with this bit now. I think, yeah. So the Culls cashed in for Quad, which is really nice in terms of just evening up some of that gold disadvantage in the mid lane itself. But you're really looking for FlyQuest to get that first backline access team fight. God, Chovy has just had an uninterrupted lane where he doesn't have to worry about trading at all, gets a bunch of stacks, and this game is just so done, man. From Chovy's point of view. Like, Chovy gets to, it's not an overall sense. The Smolder is now online. The game is now about how much value can you deny the Smolder having, because he's going to have a ridiculously early 225 power spike. You need to somehow get both the Ziggs and the Smolder off the board in a good timing, somehow, which is really, really hard. You've got Ludens up for Pays. He's not going for Seraphs, even though there is a lot of backline dive. I think it's fine if he believes he can space out fine. Because there's not that much tank on FlyQuest. If you land a Ludens Q onto Fiddlesticks, he hates that. And everyone else does too, obviously. But yeah. Jess, thank you so much for the resub. I appreciate it. Well, good to see you. Harold's now up. Again, Inspired has had Ignite for 7 minutes now. He's not found anyone to Ignite. He's also not even that far ahead in CS, which is a little bit concerning. But yeah. Quad is collecting waves on bot side. And we're not really seeing FlyQuest find any ways to make big plays, really. You know, Inspired is kind of trying to get off a vision. There's not great vision from Gen.G right now. Actually, if you look at the vision which Gen.G have, they have what? They have this, they have a sapling here, and they have a control wall. They have 3 bits of vision across the entire map right now, which is really not that great. I wonder whether Inspired, because Inspired is looking for something around this dragon. This is fine. He is now off of vision now. He's standing still and he's out of vision, so he does get his passive active. This is, yeah, this is okay fishing for this stuff. They managed to clear out some vision. Inspired obviously clears through dragon very, very quickly. Still doesn't have smite, by the way. I think this game was pretty good, Junjun. I think this game was pretty good. I think what we learned is that Gen.G don't want to be playing early skirmish comps. They want to be playing later game team fight scaling. They're very good at their late game team fights. Their team fighting is insane. But they don't really want to be playing towards early game skirmishing. They failed with that pretty much every time in the series. And they went into, you know, outscaling comps into those team fights late game in the games that they lost, and they couldn't really match with them. So, yeah. I also think that Nidalee allows them to play scaling in other roles, because Nidalee is the early game baton pass at that point. She passes over to something a lot more strong later into the game, like a Tristana or the Cassidy in the games that we saw. So FlyQuest haven't really been able to do that much in terms of stopping Gen.G, because now in this game it is actually about FlyQuest getting the oh, this is a huge play as well. This is actually about FlyQuest making the early plays too. I say that as actually Gen.G are the ones which make this happen now. Chovy is actually quite strong. We know he has a bunch of stacks. Quad plays this really well at first, and then this is the mistake. This is the mistake from Quad. As Quad, hang on, what the hell happens here? So Quad ends up escaping the initial engage. Whippo walks forward, ults this. I think Quad just needs to hold on to his Q, right? He mistimes his Q anyway. If he gets the knock up immediately out, I think that's fine. So he dodges out on that. I don't think he needs to cast Q there. Because then Quad walks into the minefield and the equalizer and he gets burned. Yeah, I think Quad needs to hold on to his Q3. He needs to hold on to his Q3. You can lock up Keen, maybe even buy room for Whippo to get an even better ult. Busio misses his flash combo as well. He tries to minion taxi. Ooh, that sucks, man. So close. Good flash away by Keen. Good flash away by Keen. But yeah, I think Quad misuses his Q3. Busio obviously misses his as well, and then suddenly you've opened up Gen.G to get some extra gold. It's a kill onto Chovy, who also gets some stacks from that fight as well by hitting multiple people. Jesus Christ, almost kills him from that too. Yeah, Keen has a fantastic flash, absolutely. Yeah. So even with the first blade spike, Quad outplays the first half of that and then kind of outplays himself at the end. He should have held onto the Q3. There's no point hitting the rest of that wave under tower. Dodge on the middle from set. What happened there? I think he actually still gets hit by that in the center. Does the true damage number come up? Yeah, oh no, hang on, let's have a look. Is that still true damage? What's the color of the number that comes up? You actually don't see the color of the damage which comes up. I think he actually does get hit by the center of it, by the way. Yeah, he gets hit by the center of that. He's still in the center. He doesn't dodge that. I did the maths based on 19 CS every 3 waves after 90 seconds. So at 1150, you'd have 133 CS. Cool. Yeah. So basically, Chovy perfect CS. Beside, he drops like 3 CS in the first. Yeah, first 12 minutes, which is insane. Busio almost dies as well. And you've given a kill over to Chovy. And now, yeah. Also worth noting as well. Hang on, what the hell happened? Where's Inspired at this point? So they don't see this coming. I will say, Inspired has a bit of a weak series. Because if he is here at this play, this goes absolutely awry. As well. He is not predicting the next play that well. He did quite well in first game. The Shinsei was pretty good. I think outside of that, Inspired had a bit of a wobbly one, actually. He was largely not in the best place to... He didn't do that much in early games, which is fine. That's okay. Yeah, he's really struggled to have an impact here. If he was there with his ultimate, it changes so much, man. It changes so much. Okay. We go again. So now you're almost at 2 items from Chovy at a ridiculous pace. Normally expect these 2 items to be built up at about, what, 21 minutes or something? Chovy's going to get them at like 19. He's going to be like 2 minutes early on it. Chovy also getting stacks from Whippo there too. He has 212 stacks at 18 minutes. What the fuck? What? And then what happens here, man? Inspired trying to leash, get Skill Crab and Herald at the same time. What happens on mid lane here? So Masu goes into bot side jungle. They're strong side top lanes. They assume, hang on, where does Lehens get it? Did he just walk in through mid lane bush? Lehens literally just walks around the back of mid lane. No, not even around the back of it. Wait, do they literally see him walking in there? Yeah. I mean, Masu should be able to see him like there. So he spots him there. He knows that a ward's been put down there too. So he knows he's still in that brush. Maybe he thinks he's recalling. So just look on the minimap. I'm not watching what's happening on the screen right now. I think Masu thinks that he's backed. Yeah, he lit... Look at that. So it's just a flash forward, right? We don't get to see it on the spectator, sadly. But like, look at the minimap. Just look, eyes on the minimap, right? Because I think that Masu thinks he's already recalled because he's been stood in there for a while. He flashes forward, nails him. He doesn't have cleanse. But you saw him walk into that brush. And you didn't confirm that he's backed. Pays was still in mid lane. That sucks. He walks up alone and Masu just gets monstered. Masu didn't have the best game. He failed the level 1 trade. He gets picked off here, which is a little bit sad. And then suddenly Pays and Lehens are probably having their best game of the series as well. Oh no, actually no. Pays was pretty good on the Ashe too, thinking about it. Wait, is that true? Yeah, he was pretty good on the Ashe. Anyway. I also think Pays' first game on the Jinx also wasn't bad. Lehens wasn't awesome in game 1, but yeah. I came out of the Swiss stage thinking that Pays was actually the best performing player on Gen.G in those games, but this one's been much more Keen-centric. Keen has been very, very good. Oh yeah, Dragon's up in a minute. Baron's up in 20. Fiddlesticks is off vision, still has Ignite. He's had Ignite now for 13 minutes. 13 minutes. He's had Smite for 7 minutes of the game, Ignite for 13 minutes. He's had Ignite for almost double the time he's had Smite. Yeah, and he finally uses it here. He's had Ignite for twice the amount of time into Smite, which is insane. Maybe, Len. Maybe. And then, yeah, use the extra CC from that. Chovy's not getting out of that one. So they do manage to shut down the Smolder. Gen.G get a bit lackadaisical on their vision control. It's a really, really slick dive. It's just as the dragon comes up as well. So in the setup for this, Chovy's not going to be alive for next bit. If you can get more on Canyon, if you can kill Canyon, you can get Baron. What happens here? So Bucio tanks through the Maokai ult. Kallista's not here. Where was Kallista during all this time? Kallista's clearing midwave. Which I guess is not the worst thing ever. Could you wait any longer for this? Because Kallista's not here just yet. It's an okay ult. I mean, Chovy doesn't give the most damage to set for this. I actually wonder if it's better going for Lehens there. Canyon has flash. You're not killing him there. Bucio can't I think actually Quad makes a mistake here. If you kill Canyon, sure, but he has flash. He's not dying here. He also has Merc Treads. Right here, you kill Lehens. Just kill Lehens. I mean, maybe you expect to catch both of them. But I actually think maybe you flash over and you try and get the knock up onto Lehens or something. Yeah. Watching the LPL Summer Splitter this year, if you told me that Weibo would make it to top 4 in Worlds, I would say that you're crazy, but then again, they were also in finals last year. I don't understand a Weibo gaming tap whatsoever. Me neither, and that's the wonderful thing. I actually did predict that they'd win the quarterfinal versus LNG, but they have a good matchup into LNG, so I was calling that all along. I thought it'd be close, but yeah. The fact that they're in the semifinals again and they actually have somewhat of a chance versus BLG is kind of hilarious to me. So yeah, shame that FlyQuest can't get more than 1 kill out of that. And then the other thing is that they rotate Masu around to that play, who then... Masu gets nothing out of this play. In fact, Masu maybe even should have walked through River. I actually wonder... I think... You know what? I think Masu might even path too conservatively. Because he has flash. I actually wonder if you could go through this way and try and cut them off at the north. Pace has flash. You might be able to burn his flash or at least catch Lehens. That sucks. Because Masu actually achieves nothing in this play. All he does is walk into a sapling and then lose a bunch of time, which he could have been using to push mid or something like that. Oh, Weibo and KT sister teams? Yeah, pretty much. Them and Fnatic are like the what the hell are we doing here teams. Massive inconsistence. Weibo, consistently inconsistent. That's the line I've been using for them. I've used that for the whole year. So if you hear anyone else saying that, I made it first. I invented it. Yeah, I mean, catching Chovy's fine. But yeah, I think there are different ways that FlyQuest could have approached this. Masu has achieved nothing in this game, which is really sad. He got a flash out of Pays a little bit, but that was earlier in the game, but that was it, really. So FlyQuest get themselves... Did they even get themselves Dragon? What happened at the back end of that play? What happens to... Yeah, what happens to the Inspired here? Do they not take... No, Dragon's not up yet. It's up in 15 seconds. Inspired goes back. They don't go towards dragon. They get themselves turret. They set up towards top side just in case, what, there was like a Baron, Revenge Baron or something. Keen still has teleport. He's completely fine to be on top side. He gets himself another tower. Really good wards from Gen.G on top side. Yeah, Keen wasn't teleport. Keen didn't have teleport though. Is it Zika or Zuka? The way that I've heard the casters saying it was Zuka. So I say that. That's the way I've said it. Now I think someone was saying that the Chinese casters have changed the way that they're saying it as well, but we've always said Zuka. If you hear it, it's like Zuka. But I think they're now like Zuka or something like that. They do like a double Z and like a Zuka, which is, I don't know. I don't really want to say it that way. So I've just been saying Zuka. Yeah, so that's the way that they used to say it, the Chinese casters. They said that for a very long time, so that's the way that we've been saying it. On the whole. Okay, so 2 items on Chovy, 2 items on quad as well. But I don't know, man. It's just 225. Oh, and then here's the Baron. So, we've kind of left the 20-minute early Baron rush period. FlyQuest didn't go towards Dragon. They left it up. In fact, they maybe, at the end of that play, they could have maybe stuck around for better Dragon, but maybe they leave it up because they want to leave the Baron bait. I think there's a really important ward here, which shows that no one's on mid-wave. Alistair's showing around bot side, but realistically, when you only see the Alistair, you know that you're kind of safe there. I'm pretty sure that the vision cone doesn't... Someone gave a breakdown and said that the vision plant didn't actually give the everything there. Then this comes through. A couple of really important things happen now. If you are staying on this, I actually think Inspired needs to ult this Baron for DPS. I think he actually needs to ult it for DPS. Just do it. Because a couple of... Look how close this was. 4K, there's no smite in the area. You have smite as Inspired now as well. You have, I think, probably about 30 stacks on Baron from Callista. I think you ult for that. And a couple of other things, really important things happen as well. I think Bwipo stands in the wrong part of the pit. And one of the reasons I think he stands in the wrong part of the pit is because with the Blast Cone being up and it being the Monster Energy Blast Cone, you are in the wrong position to ult Keen out. I think that if Bwipo stood a little bit further down this way, he can ult Rumble this way and get him out of kind of, you know, Flash Flame Spitter. So look at this. So Bwipo walks way too far forward. I think also Inspired, walking this way as well puts him a little bit too close to Pays, and it means that he is now at threat of just dying before he can smite. You also notice that Masu doesn't get to pull the Rend out at any point. If Inspired had ulted for damage, if Bwipo had positioned differently, he could have, if he'd positioned here, he could have ulted this way, and that would mean he would put Keen straight into Busio's range as well. He could press the ult, and then Bwipo could maybe even flash out. I think that would change a lot. So I think that Inspired makes a mistake. I think that Bwipo makes a mistake, and that means that you can't get the Rend on the Dragon anyway at this point. Chovy comes in and cleans up. So I think that, yeah, look, Bwipo might have got distracted by the TP, but all you're doing here, you really just need to get the Baron. You just need to get the Baron. You've left, and then, of course, Masu, he flashes, auto-attacks the plant, and then that's pretty much game over. But this ruins the game. This ruins the game at this point. You should have been able to get that Baron by just ulting for DPS from Inspired, and then positioning a bit different from Bwipo to focus on disengage rather than anything else. At worst, at that point, you are giving Busio and maybe Bwipo's lives. Maybe. But then you will at least get 3 out, and I think that's fine. I think that's fine. So that's a real shame. I think that the Baron start is actually completely fine. They can hear yes, they can absolutely hear the crowd. Yeah, they can. They absolutely can. Sometimes the crowd is so loud that they can barely talk to each other on stage. So you should be able to hear. Now, the stuff that happens on the screen is slightly delayed from what happens on their PCs. So it's not like 1-to-1. So you can't like play the crowd exactly for what's happening, but you can play some of it, yeah. Yeah, I mean, Keen plays this exceptionally well, by the way. He does play this exceptionally well. He gets a really good equalizer across it, because this is a blind equalizer. Oh, no, it's not completely blind. But then, like, this is insane. Just immediate play around. Also, yeah, because of the satchel as well from Pays, you don't get the immediate E afterwards or W. So Bwipo dies before he can use his... Oh, I think it's also his W is on cooldown as well. That's also another mistake that Bwipo makes. He puts his Haymaker on cooldown, so he can't use that for this fight as well. I mean, not that he wants to use it for the fight. I don't mind him DPS that. God, that's a bad mistake hitting that fucking plant. Yeah, no, Gen.G are an intelligent team. They noticed it was gone. That saves the series for them, and Score is very happy. But that's effectively game. That sucks for them. And then that's game at this point. That's game. You don't have anything else to say about this. You have a ridiculously fed Chovy who's now got QSS as well. That is completely the right call for this. You go, QSS into rapid fire cannon if it lasts that long, and you are very, very safe. The backline access then becomes very, very difficult for you. Hello, good to see you again. I'm already ready for the next LPL season. Me too, brother. Me too, brother. I don't think they've announced officially who's going to be in Americas. Inspire gets a kill on a side lane. This is the kind of shit you would be doing with if you'd got the Baron, it's so much easier to make that kind of split play where you can force Gen.G to play very defensive and respectfully, where you kind of like have this Fiddlesticks and Fog of War, which just is such a damage threat. Good damage on the canyon. Yeah, and you can see that, obviously Yone does bits. Oh, there's some really fun stuff which happens here, actually. Is this the play? No, it might be the next play where really fun stuff happens. That's really nice. You get the ult into the wall stun, drags them back through the smolder ult anyway. Canyon gets the second shield. Has the lock-in on top as well. Really good damage. Bit of an overplay. You just don't have the map set up here. And once again, Masu is not involved in the play. Masu is just lost on the map. Masu is not impacting these plays at all. It just didn't impact them at all. So sad. So sad. Because this was a... But then how the hell does Masu end up there? Ah, jeez, man. He just walks over wards and then dies anyway. He didn't need to be there. He could have just recalled. If you take the nameplates off, how do you rate this series? In what sense? I mean, I think Gen.G played poorly with their... They played poorly with the early snowball comps in their first fights of the game, but they played quite well with them later. That's not a great TP from Chovy. Loses Flash or Free. Busia played well. I think Busia played very well, actually. Yeah, this was a fun, exciting 5-game series with a variety of compositions. I think a lot of it was strategically very fun. I like that equalizer from Keen as well. It just stops Inspired from being able to just walk up and threaten with his ult. So Twitter threads saying Masu was the best Western ADC ever. Not ever, no. His Ezreal games were kind of meh, and this one has been actively very poor. But then again, I think a lot of people are misjudging AD carry gameplay this tournament. A lot of people are rating Elk's plays very highly, when actually if you slow them down, it's his champion doing the work. He, in the 1v3 play he makes, it's actually Knight that does all the work in that play, peeling for them after Bin int. On the other side, Doran and Delight also in as well, and it's Peanut mainly carrying that game, that fight. Zachar also has a pretty bad fight too. Like, Elk is cleaning up, and even then he literally he flings himself into a Poppy W, which is just not good. Then we get an overextension on top side. So Baron's back up. Dragon's going down. So FlyQuest are trying to go towards... Oh, they're trying to go off of Vision to get in through top river and not go through their own jungle. But Gen.G managed to get themselves some really good wards down anyway. So they can't rush Baron, sadly enough for them. So they get themselves in a bit of an odd spot. And then they overstay. So they're now committed to a fight, sadly. And they know they kind of have to teleport in. Quad comes in. They try and form up their battle lines again. Get the phalanx together. And then, hang on, what happens here? His Ezreal games are useless. They're overrating him because he won 2 games against a really underperforming Gen.G. Look, he had some good games too. I mean, his Kai'Sa games were really good. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying he had a bad series. He was very, very good, especially for his level of veterancy. But his Ezreal games and this one were not great. So Busia gets like the extended combo against the wall. Pops his ult late as hell. He loses all of his HP there, but I mean, great burst from Pays. Bwipo doesn't get any value here. He can't use his ult into anyone important. Like, he doesn't win this fight against Keen. What happens to Masu? Masu has flash. He just, he gets massively comboed. Wow. Does he get Z-Actus there? He thinks he's out. That, you should not expect that to hit him, actually. But no, that's a great pre-ult by Canyon as well, by the way. Did you notice that? Canyon noticed Inspired walking into that brush, and he casts his ult prematurely. Look at this. He predicts the ult coming in from... Oh, wait, no, it's not. No, I'm wrong. He has Horizon Focus on him. Inspired doesn't realize that Horizon Focus is on him. So Canyon takes a step back, and he sees him because of Horizon Focus from Ziggs. It gives him vision. I don't think Inspired realized there was vision on him. Yeah. And then Chovy is completely untouched. So Masu gets blasted. He does nothing this entire game, sadly. Even though he actually had a good series. He does nothing this game. He messed up the level 1 trade. He gets caught in mid lane knowing that Lahen's in a bush. He rotates around the map very poorly. Sucks. Yeah. And then the Baron play obviously makes things worse. But even then, this was a winnable series for Fly. This was a winnable series. And this game was winnable too. I also think that losing bot lane meant that Chovy could free farm without any bot lane interference coming into his lane, whether that was Busio or Master and Busio both roaming up at the same time. But, you know, Gen.G, credit to them for just playing out scaling, Chovy farming like a motherfucker, and getting a huge amount of value. Like, just an insane amount of value. Is Kalasta really good? Kalista is really good. Yeah, he is a very clutch team fighter, but we'll see how he works in LEC level, right? Okay, so, folks, this is going to end my VOD review of Gen.G versus FlyQuest. Tomorrow I'll do LNG versus Weibo if I find the time, so keep on for that too. If you're on YouTube, I'm going to end the video here now, so thank you so much for joining me, and if you are watching on either Twitch or YouTube, you can go find these videos in a